Sunday on 7.
The 1989 VFL Premiership season is proudly brought to you by New Gillette, the best a man can get. CUB, one of the world's great brewers. BP, on the move. And State Bank, we never forget it's your money.
It began as a dream under the hot 7,000 athletes in September. Their quest took them around, but for varying reasons, many players fell by the wayside. Too did some coaches. But still, the highs came, and what highs they were. And despite the setbacks, the dream was still there. 40 players. For two teams, the dream is now close to reality. A mean fighting machine looking to make it back-to-back premiership wins. The glamour side of the season, the flags for them, and are now set to challenge for their first flag since 1963. This is the 1989 VFL Grand Final.
And as we look across the city of Melbourne, we welcome you to the Australian Television Network's coverage of the 1989 VFL Grand Final, coming to you live from the MCG here in Melbourne. It is a magnificent day in Melbourne for football, and it should be a marvellous contest for two wonderful teams. First up, Hawthorn, who are looking to make it back-to-back victories, and Geelong, who are hoping to win their first flag since 1963. Obviously, to make it to the grand final, Essendon. But Geelong had more of a struggle. They were humiliated at Essendon, but then bounced back to beat Melbourne, and doing that extremely well, and then turned the tables on Essendon in a remarkable reversal of form. A tremendous crowd, a tremendous build-up, and the scene is set for truly one of the great sporting festivals in this country. I'm happy to say that joining me are two former greats of the game, in Ross Glendinning and Peter McKenna, and I'll bet, gentlemen, that the back of the neck is standing on end.
Well, it certainly is. A classic tenacious game, the solid defence. I think that people are pretty much divided in Melbourne about the outcome, Ross.
I think there's some finished long season, but of course Hawthorn being the experienced 11 consecutive grand finals. I mean, what a record.
Firstly, at the Hawthorn team.
Well, this great Hawthorn side, they've been up so long. Only made one change to their the side that played in the second league, and a youngster comes into the side for the Peter Swab, who unfortunately was put out by the tribe. It's got champions on every line. The state full-back line, they've got Brereton centre forward, and a 100-goal kicker in the side there for Hawthorn.
And Ross, Geelong.
Yes, Geelong, fortunately for Damien Drum, out through injury last week. Places his very good again at Hawthorn. Talent, ability, form is the key for them today.
Thank you, gentlemen. Well, grand final in recent times are certainly nothing new. Geelong. Both sides have heaps of traditional Andy reports.
Geelong was one of the original clubs when it was formed in 7, but like its opponent in Hawthorn, took a long time to find its feet. The Cats became almost invincible, winning consecutive matches into both the 1951 and 2 grand. It was another 11 years to their next flag, this time over Hawthorn and under coach Bob Davis for the rank 3 years earlier. The Cats butted up again at that side to win the third position. A tight finish, 9 points, their last appearance in a grand final until the Hawks came into the 1985 and immediately took home the first of their group, not even in 1950. But under coach Jack Hale, they made the finals for the first time in 1957, and 4 years later, won with former captain as coach. A decade before the Hawks again won a flag, in 1971 against St Kilda, when goal sneak Peter Hudson equalled Bob Pratt's goal-kicking record, 150 for the season. Kennedy was again successful in 1976, when David Parkin took their fourth flag in 78. This afternoon, Hawthorn, premiers in 83, 86 and 88, appears at a record equalling 7 successive grand finals, and have the chance to make 5 back flags.
Plenty of tension in the Hawthorn rooms at the moment as they go through their final warm-up procedure, but outside the rooms it is like a carnival here at the MCG. We're looking at a crowd of around 95 to 100,000 people. It's going to be a wonderful day. Wherever you're watching right around the world, we've got plenty of marvellous entertainment coming up, including the Australian cricketers, who of course defeated England 4-0, and entertainment from John Farnham. We'll be back shortly.
the road. 150,000 it went for.
What? That dumb? How much?
150?
What's that make us worth?
Enough to start looking for a bigger place.
Why? We've got all the room we need here.
And a very nice room it is too, Graham.
If you have already proved yourself with your first home loan, talk to State Bank about your second.
I couldn't stand it again. Appointments with the bank manager, applications in triplicate. They just don't like parting with their money.
So you're not the only ones.
At State Bank, we won't send you to the end of the queue. Anyone who's already done what you have done deserves better.
Okay. First we'll find the house, then we'll talk to the bank.
State Bank, Victoria, never forget. It's your money.
In 1899, Alexander Duckham started making this product. Since then, it's helped achieve the impossible. Altitude records, world land speed records, and that great engineering breakthrough, wet engine. Today, this extraordinary product is so good.
The oil.
That Duckham's will actually double your warranty. Duckham's oil. Double your engine mileage.
Grab these and dispatch them for me, will you?
Wrapping waste money, wrapping waste time. I got a pulse pack here of every kind. I got envelopes, boxes, bags, and tubes, and to make it real safe, I got bubble wrap too. Yo! When the going gets rough, they're tough enough. And the fun, and so do we. Don't wrap it, post pack. Yo! Don't wrap it, post pack.
You get a run for your money when they jump from the starter's gate. You get a run for your money when they thunder down the street. Odds are so much better. Try to see. You get a run for your money on the TAB. You get a run for your money. You get a run for your money on the TAB.
Remember me? I used to be a multimedia superstar. I had my own show and everything. I was really hot. Truly, really. Now the only time I get hot is in the shower. And that's really easy with electric hot water. Mine's got automatic reheat. So hot water whenever I want it.
New Dimension electric hot water. It'll still be hot when you're not.
It's a wonderful scene as we look over the city of Melbourne and make our way from Port Phillip Bay, past Government House and back to this packed MCG. Our coverage is being seen by some people in the world, including plenty in England, and this may be the bad news for those people because here is a team that you came to know extremely well. It is the victorious Australian cricket team that has regained the Ashes under Bob Simpson and Alan Border, and the boys are doing a well-earned lap of honour. A tremendous thrill for all of them. Border along with Marsh, Boone, Dean Jones, a local Melbourne boy, Mark Taylor, who batted so well, Mike Valletta, Tim Zura, youngster Greg Campbell, and there he is, with Ian Healy, Steve Waugh, a sensational run machine on that particular tour, Merv Hughes, another local Melbourne hero, Terry Alderman, a prolific wicket taker, Carl Rackerman, Jeff Lawson, Trevor Hones, Tim May and Tom Moody, the latter duo who still have test careers ahead of them but didn't really get their opportunities whilst overseas. A marvellous thrill for all, a marvellous honour, particularly for Alan Border, who was recently bestowed the Order of Australia, and a great award too for the achievements, taking a relatively raw team away and bringing back the Ashes in no uncertain fashion with a wonderful 4-0 victory. And this big crowd is giving 3 cheers to Alan Border, Jeff Marsh and the boys. There's Merv Hughes, Steve Waugh. Terry Alderman has made his intentions clear. He is wearing the Hawthorn scarf. I wonder if that is an omen to come. 3 of the great characters of the game in Hughes, Waugh and Alderman. And this big crowd showing their tremendous appreciation for a job so well done. Plenty of entertainment here today because besides the cricketers, we've also used an international flavour for the World Super Kick. Just which code and which player is the longest in the world? Well, first up, let's have a look at an Australian rules kick, and it comes from a Melbourne representative. This is Darren Bennett. As you can see, a tremendous kick, and it earned him 12 points. A fine performance. But now Maurice Fitzgerald from Ireland. That also was a 12, and it earned him 28 points, and that winning total has secured him victory. So Maurice Fitzgerald is the victor, ahead of Darren Bennett. Well, we've had a look down on the ground. I wonder what it's like from up above. Here's Dixie Marshall.
Sandy, if you thought it was busy down there, spare a thought for us up here. It's like apocalypse now. There are half a dozen choppers buzzing around, ducking balloons, streamers, and most importantly, each other. From this angle, the whole scene at the MCG looks absolutely spectacular. There are no more traffic jams. It's almost a lull before the storm. The whole of Melbourne is either sitting there at the cricket ground or at home, ready for the start of the VFL Grand Final. Like you at home, we're just going to sit back and soak it all in, but it is going to be hard, Sandy, to pick the numbers from up here.
Dixie, you be careful up there if it's apocalypse now. Well, they've got the wave going here at the ground at the moment. 100,000 fans. I bet it sounds sensational down there on the ground. Michael Roberts.
Unbelievable, and it's grand final day, an amazing day, and these two sides will, fight it out in pretty good conditions. The current temperature on our Holden gauge is around 20 degrees Celsius. The wind, a slight breeze swirling up to 5 kilometres an hour. No real goal advantage for either side. It is cloudy, humid as I said. The sun pops out in and out, and we may get some rain by the end of the day. The ground is firm, in excellent condition, and the relative humidity at the moment is 53%.
Thank you, Michael. So conditions absolutely ideal, and I'm sure we're going to be in for a crackerjack game. I just wonder, as I refer again to Ross Glendinning and Peter McKenna, the feeling of the players at this moment down in the rooms. Ross?
Well, they'd be extremely nervous, and they'd just be wanting to get out on the ground, Sandy. I mean, they've been waiting for the whole week, Hawthorn for 2 weeks, and they just want to get out there, get a touch of the football, soak up the atmosphere for the first couple of minutes, and then get the game started.
Okay, well, all the action's going to be happening soon, and wherever you're watching, you are going to be part of it. I think it's time for entertainment now, and here comes John Farnham, one of Australia's most popular entertainers, and certainly making his name in the international field as he comes out onto the ground. We shall be hearing from John, and one of the most popular songs in Australia. First up, it's not our anthem, but it could well be. Farnham has had huge success in the recording industry, particularly in the past couple of years. And let's welcome him now with Waltzing Matilda.
Oh, yeah! Once a jolly swagman camped by a billabong under the shade of a coolabah tree, and he sang as he watched and waited till his billy boy, "Oh, come waltzing Matilda with me, waltzing Matilda, waltzing Matilda, who'll come waltzing Matilda with me." And he sang as he watched and waited till his billy boy, "You'll come waltzing Matilda with me." Down came a jumbuck to drink at the billabong. Up jumped the swagman and grabbed him with glee, and he sang as he shoved that jumbuck in his tucker bag, "You'll come waltzing Matilda with me." Up drove the squatter, mounted on his thoroughbred. Down came the troopers, 1, 2, 3. "Who's that jolly jumper you've got in your tucker bag. You'll come waltzing Matilda with me. Up jumped the swagman and sprang into the billabong. You'll never catch me alive, said he. And his ghost may be heard as you pass by that billabong. You'll come waltzing Matilda with me. Waltzing Matilda, waltzing Matilda, who'll come waltzing Matilda with me. And his ghost may be heard as you pass by that billabong. You'll come waltzing Matilda with me. Thank you very much. Have a great day, folks.
A standing ovation for John Farnham. We shall take a break and return to the MCG here in Melbourne in just a moment.
Steve lives in his own world. When we go away, he and I go fishing, but he can't even concentrate on that.
Here comes dinner. How about a beer, mate?
The ladies love him, though. The guys rib me, reckon I'm the cute one, and George with his flashing teeth. But whatever it is, Steve's the one who's got it. In the evening, we have a shower and go up to the pub. It's great. We know most of them up there. It's always the same. Robert's playing Purple Rain over and over on the jukebox. We all love going up there, even Steve.
Australia loves the Fosters, and you know the world does too. There's nothing like a Fosters. There's nothing like a Fosters. There's nothing like a Fosters, that's true.
ASCO with Hewlett-Packard and AutoCAD present 20 speakers, 12 seminars, 8 new products, 6 boardroom briefings with one goal: productivity for professionals. Join the push for greater productivity during October, Productivity Month at ASCO.
Pack in ever-ready black batteries. Ever-ready black, pack full of life, real long life.
I can make your home secure.
Wow.
But how would you find me?
I can print these for you, but how would you find me?
I could teach you this, but how would you find me?
If you got the business, I got the sign. But how would you find me?
It's easy. Open up the yellow pages. We're waiting for your call. This book's got it all. Just say hello, yellow pages every time.
John Farnham. Hear his music, follow his adventures as he takes on the bone-shattering trip across the outback, driving for the 7 network in the Red X Rally. He gets stuck in a river, arrested by cops, mobbed by outback fans.
Whose book have I got?
And shown the ropes by Peter Brock in John Farnham's Touch of Paradise, when the world around us returns to 6:30 tonight on 7.
I thought he really liked me.
Asking her out for a bet was a cruel trick.
And all the time he was just laughing at me like all the others.
The punishment should fit the crime.
This is the feature event of the afternoon.
Humiliation on a grand scale.
You're a genius, Steve-O. This baby really flies.
There are a few holes in Stephen's design.
Now, I have it on good authority that an expert was brought in to design this raft.
In fact, there's a few hundred.
What the heck's going on? They're sinking.
Home and Away, Monday at 6:30 on 7.
Welcome back, and while it's a big moment for the players, it's also a big moment for the umpires. Brian Sheehan has made it back-to-back grand finals, and Peter Carey is officiating in his first grand final. Now, as Hawthorn make their way out onto the ground, looking to make it back-to-back wins, let's have a look at this team of champions, and a champion team at that. They'll all bunch up together and then crash through the banner. These two sides have only met once this year. It was a thriller. Geelong led by 49 points at half-time, but then Hawthorn put the foot on the accelerator, and home they came to record an 8-point victory. A wonderful game, and a wonderful sight here at the MCG as thousands of brown and gold balloons ascend above the ground. And what a sight. The Hawks a run to try and settle the nerves. There'll be plenty of tension. It doesn't matter how experienced the players are. They possess the oldest player in the league in Michael Tuck, but I'm sure he'll be tense, he'll be nervous, and I think these two boys are nervous too, Ross Glendinning and Peter McKenna. Pete, I'd like your selection.
Well, I'd never tip against Hawthorn, Sammy. I think they're the ultimate professional side. Their 7th grand final. They've got champions on every line. They're great under pressure, and I think they'll win by 3 or 4 goals.
Ross,
yes, I can't help but I concur. I certainly do. I think it's going to be hard to beat, but every side can do it. It's Geelong, but perhaps not today.
Speaking of Geelong, they come down the race now. They haven't won a grand final since 1963. They finished 9th. Last year, Malcolm Blight took over at the helm, and he has transformed this team into indeed a very, very good one. They're only a young side. Their average age is marginally above 24, whereas Hawthorn boasts an average age of above 26. But they have shown, not only during the home and away matches, but also during the finals, I guess after one early hiccup against Essendon, that they deserve to be here on that one day in September. They possess the Brownlow medalist for 1989, the champion player in the league, the best and fairest in Paul Couch, a prolific kick-getter, a prolific possession winner. And there is the young man, warming up down on the boundary line. The atmosphere must be wonderful, and I'd like their selections too. With Bernie Quinlan, here is Michael Roberts.
There's something very special about a grand final, especially the MCG, the ground, the colour, the crowd, a tremendous environment for a grand final. Welcome, Bernie Quinlan. You've seen a lot of football this year. Hawthorn are old campaigners. Geelong, newcomers to the game. Who's going to win and why?
Well, I'm going for Geelong. Probably will be the underdogs. Hawthorn definitely the favourites. I just like the way Geelong are playing. They've got plenty of forwards here who can kick goals. They're capable of doing it. I think if they get out there and really go for it, they've had the experience coming through from the couple of finals. They lost that early one. I think they've learnt from it. And with Superman playing for them, I think Geelong can do it.
Well, I'm going to go against Bernie Quinlan. I'm going to choose Hawthorn. The mere fact that they're back-to-back flags, incentive, they've got leaders on every line, and I think they're just going to be too strong for the new campaigners in the finals. Geelong, Hawthorn to win.
Thank you, boys. Well, we heard them, Ross, talking about Superman. I think we should explain to viewers internationally that Superman wears the number 5 Guernsey for Geelong, and his name is Gary Ablett. If you were Alan Jeans, the coach of Hawthorn, what would your ploy be?
Well, I would be inclined, Sandy, to play Michael Tuck on him because of his experience, but it's just his diligence and preparedness to sacrifice his own game, Sandy, and just tidy up the player like Ablett, who you've got to concede will perhaps kick 2 or 3 goals, but if you can just prevent his dominance of the game, that's what I'd be looking for.
Well, it would certainly make an interesting family discussion the following day, because Michael Tuck, the man you mentioned, has married Gary Ablett's sister. So there you go. And there is another superstar behind Robert Dipierre Domenico, is Dermot Brereton. And Pete, obviously a key for Hawthorn.
A very, very big key, and I think aggression will be the nature of his game today. He can certainly play football, but Dermot, well known for his aggression. I think you'll find in the first 10 minutes of this game, he'll try and unsettle a few of the Geelong players with hip and shoulder tactics. But he is a past master of the hip and shoulder, and I think that he'll be very, very aggressive towards the ball early.
There's been a lot of talk, Ross, about the experience of Hawthorn and the lack of it as far as Geelong is concerned. But in the preliminary final, they appear to have shrugged that off.
Well, I think so, Sandy. Not only that, their youthful exuberance will certainly be a big key today there, and their ability to run quickly over the ground, I think, is also a key. Plus, Sandy, they are in very, very good form.
Hawthorn did spring one surprise. We just saw the youngster, Greg Madigan, a big task for him, and he's obviously they'll be looking for great assistance for Greg Deere.
Well, I know as a schoolboy that Greg Madigan jumps 6'6" in high jump, and so he's got the spring. He can also play in defence, but certainly, Ross, he is there in case something happens to Greg Deere.
With that two-pronged Geelong attack of Burke and Flanagan, that's certainly the case, Peter.
And there's another key player in Stoneham, number 26 for Geelong at centre-half forward. The players have lined up. We have with us now the choir from the Victorian School for the Deaf, the Victorian Children's Choir, and also John Farnham for the singing of the national anthem, Advance Australia Fair.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are young and free. With golden soil and wealth for toil, our home is birthright sea. Our land abounds in nature's gift of beauty rich and rare. In history's page let every state advance Australia fair. In joyful strains and let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we've been asked Australian Test skipper Alan Border to toss the coin.
And so as the choirs leave the ground, John Farnham leaves the ground, it leaves 40 players, and we wish them well as we welcome our commentators for this all-important game, Don Scott, Ian Robertson and Dennis Cometti.
Thank you, Sandy. So the moment has arrived in bright sunshine here at the MCG, the two sides on the ground. And what a sight it is. Ideal conditions for football, Don Scott.
Yes, it is, and let's just hope that that sun stays under the clouds, Dennis, because it is a humid day, as we've already heard. The ground in perfect condition, but it does play tricks, doesn't it, when you've got to look into the sun, Ian?
Yes, it can be a bit of a problem, Don, but you couldn't get more perfect conditions than at the MCG this afternoon.
Here's the toss of the coin with Michael Roberts.
Right, the toss. Alan Border has got the coin. Shaking hands, Damien Burke and Michael Tuck, the two skippers. And the Australian Test captain puts it in the air. It's landed on heads. Damien Burke, the Geelong captain, has won the toss. He is going for the main scoreboard end, which is left of screen. And Michael Tuck is going over to tell his troops the non-scoreboard end, which is right of screen.
And Don, I'd say to a slight breeze.
Yes, it is blowing maybe across the ground, if anything, Dennis, but I don't think the breeze will be a factor. The factor will be how these teams establish themselves in the first 10 minutes.
What about his selection?
Well, I'm going for Hawthorn, but it would not surprise me if Geelong get up, because I think they're the best side to take it up to Hawthorn in this final series.
Ian?
I'm a Geelong man, Dennis. I've been keen on them ever since Malcolm Blight was appointed coach. They've had some tremendous ability in their lineup, and I just thought that Malcolm Blight's charisma might have been just what was needed to harness that, and they've shown throughout the season that they've been a very, very good competitor, and I give them a real good chance of winning this afternoon.
Last seconds now. Who will take Ablett?
Well, we'll just wait and see. My bet was theirs, but they've already made changes of Geelong bench. Flanagan, who was named there, but Hamilton, the young fellow who played his first game last year. Hawthorn haven't changed their interchange bench. Jamie Morrissey with Greg Manigan. So now we'll just try and pick up all the positional changes.
McGuinness is on Ablett at the moment, Don.
Yes. Buckenara playing wide out on this centre wing. He was named on the half-forward flank. Lindner going over to pick him up.
Schultz will take Brereton.
In the centre, we've got Burke, who will start. Couch is also there. Hughes. And also Gary Hockey.
The umpires, Peter Carey, his first grand final, and Brian Sheehan, his second.
Callis in the back pocket on Whitman.
So we're set to go. The ultimate prize. Capacity crowd. The grand final. Burke and Dia. Down by Burke. This is Buse. The second opportunity for Buse. Down towards the half-forward line. Ablett's in front.
Very interesting, Dennis, at that first bounce, because Yates came off the wing and went straight for Dermot Brereton. And Dermot's down on his knees, as you can see.
Gary Ablett will go very close from here, from about 52 metres. Long, probing kick. It's home.
Now, this is reminiscent of the final Dermot Brereton down. I mentioned how Yates came through the centre, didn't have eyes for the ball, just went straight at Brereton and has put him down. A bad miss for Hawthorn, because he's the one who can really get them going. Now watch this on replay. You see Yates, there he is, coming off the wing there. He only had eyes for Brereton, then goes over and bumps him again, but obviously he's done his ribs.
Very interesting that he had a second crack at him, Don.
Well, they're all fired up, Geelong, and it's an ideal start. It's reminiscent of 1978, when Hawthorn were, on that occasion, Moncrief gold, as Ablett did on that occasion.
It was always going to be on. And of course, that's when a man like Brereton is most vulnerable. And he is running with eyes on somebody else. He's suddenly open.
You wonder whether Geelong's homework has been done, because Brereton has had some problems in that area for maybe the second part of the season.
Well, not so much his ribs, his ankles that have been the problem, Ian. But they've got a couple of players that are under a cloud, Hawthorn. Now, Anthony Condon was getting treatment earlier in the week. Greg Deere was getting treatment. Scott McGuinness, we know, with the ankle. Brereton ankle, and also Curran. Now, they were getting treatment through the week, so they're not fully fit. Now, Brereton's going down to the forward pocket.
Bounce back in the centre. Deere gets his hands to it. Now Damien Burke's hit towards half forward. There's a free kick being picked out of it. It's going to Hawthorn. It'll go back to Di Domenico in the centre. Umpire asked the player to go back. Maybe it wasn't Di Domenico's kick. It looks as though it may go to Curran.
What a psychological boost that is for the Cats.
There's Brereton down in the forward pocket now, but the ball will be taken back to the centre. And the kick will be taken by Peter Curran. So Geelong all fired up.
When you play for keeps in these finals.
Sure thing. Curran's kick wide to half forward. Marking contest up there. It's a clean mark for Dunstall. And Dunstall will have Hawthorn's first crack at goal from about 40 metres.
We'll see this on replay. I would have had the ruckman Burke dropping back to block it up on that occasion, but he was waiting back with Deere, the Hawthorn ruckman. But you've got to get fellows down at the drop of the ball.
Opportunity for the Hawks to square the ledger. Dunstall, the early minutes. Drop punt kick is true.
Well, the score's locked away. And what a sensational start we've had. Jason Dunstall, the glamourful forward, his first. His last outing, he kicked 6 goals against Essendon, but he is a very strong player and a very, very quick lead.
Dermot Brereton. Interesting. Schultz hasn't gone back. Hocking now. Standing with the Hawthorn champion. So we're back in the middle. Good bounce too. Burke wins it down. Right of the congestion. Di Domenico falls on top of it. Slaps it out. Burke scrambles it forward. Kennedy the opportunity. Sweeping hand pass over the top. Sends Pritchard away. Down towards full forward. Brereton a test here. He's taken the mark. What a courageous mark.
And it's on centre wing.
Well, that was a fitness test for Dermot Brereton. He went back and he took it. And this is happening, as you can see.
This is going to be the order of the day. I thought it might have started earlier than now, but what a great mark you called it, Dennis.
Dermot Brereton, as always, relishing being in the thick of things. Down in the first 15 seconds of the game. A chance to kick Hawthorn's second goal from 25 metres out. He's put it through.
You reckon some great sporting news stories come out of this place? Well, you're right. But these days, this is what's making news. Foster's Light. The flavour that made Foster's famous in a great light beer. Low on alcohol.
High on taste. Right, Swampy?
Right.
New Foster's Light. The best news for beer drinkers since Foster's.
Burke gets the tap out in the centre. Tuck can't quite control the ball. Now he does so. The hand pass goes wide. Condon on the run into the pocket. The kick goes over the top of Brereton and Hocking. Into the pocket proper now. Dunstall can't control it. Darcy the first to recover, and Brereton's in the action. Down goes Darcy. A free kick to the Geelong player, and it was a crude effort there by Brereton. Players over the boundary line.
Well, at least he's going to make them pay for it. He's injured. He's got to go off. I suppose he's going to take one or two scalps with him. And this is exactly what Geelong were looking for, just a little altercation and it'll be on, as it's already been on the centre wing.
And Don, a couple of years ago, Geelong and Hawthorn figured in a rather nasty game where Lee Matthews was
well, two of those players that figured in that, Bruns and Stephen Hocking, are out there today.
The kick by Darcy towards centre wing. The high flyer from behind is Deer, and he takes a good mark. The short right foot chip into the centre, and the mark is taken by Kennedy. He's looking to play on, forced to kick with the left foot into the pocket. He's down as he kicks it, and the free kick downfield will be taken by Curran, well within scoring distance.
Well, actually, that was a stupid kick on that occasion by Gary Hocking. It was a stupid kick. Geelong have got a man up. They're a little bit loose at this stage.
And a little excited too, the Cats. This was the doubt. So Curran, difficult angle, well within scoring distance. Magnificent kick by Curran, Hawthorn's third.
Well, you can't afford to do what Gary Hocking has done. He's given away more free kicks this year than anybody else in the VFL. And really, that was a stupid play. Now, Brereton in the hands of the doctor. That's Terry Gay on the left, former Hawthorn full-back, and a great centre-half forward as well. He's the club doctor, so Brereton not too good.
So we're back in the middle. Just over 20 and a half minutes remaining in this first quarter. Chance for Hocking. This is Anderson over the ball. Still he goes back to Hocking. Gets the hand pass away. Bairstow from half forward. Long down towards full forward. Brownless is there. Off his hands. Collins dragged off it. Brownless an opportunity. Rides one bump. Claimed by McGuinness. Ablett put down. Ayres crashed into him. Platten gets the hand pass away. Ball out towards half back. And we'll have a ball up.
And it's on again. Now that's what Ayres.
Bumped by Ayres.
My word. Well, that's his stock in trade, and he fixed Ablett right up, took his eye off the ball and went for the man.
Pritchard boots it towards centre wing. He got a free kick. Schultz over the top, fisting away. It's out of bounds and will be thrown in. There's the champ, runner-up in this year's Brownlow. John Platten, boundary throwing, centre wing. Ablett shaking off the cobwebs. Burke. Brilliantly, decisively behind the pack. It's taken by Boss. A long kick down towards full forward. Brownless. Almost the mark. Play on is the call. McGuinness, the hand pass out wide. Sets Collins free. He swings it to the other side. Kennedy's got the run of it. He storms towards centre wing. Uses it wide. Buckenara with Condon inside. He'll pull it back towards the pocket. Condon is still running down the ground. Dunstall's got it. Condon's on in the middle. Dunstall's turned around too slowly. And will hold play up in the pocket.
Terrific mark by Dunstall in front of his face. Running at full speed, Dunstall will kick from 45 metres, hard up against the boundary line. Jason Dunstall, drop punt kick. Oh, hits the post. Well, it was nearly perfect. Dunstall has kicked one goal, Brereton has kicked one, and Curran one. And Gary Ablett has kicked the Cats' only goal.
Mark Yates will have to tighten up. He's on the half-forward flank, but John Kennedy again initiated that attack into the forward line for Hawthorn.
Darcy to the members' side. Tippy Domenico can't mark. Recovers quickly, gets his kick away. The ball runs free at centre half forward. Condon gathers. The hand pass. Whitman into Anderson. He goes for goal and pops it through.
A Holden. Since when have you been driving a Holden?
Since I made this one. You've been gone a while, son.
So, what's under the bonnet?
Big V6 with 4-speed auto.
You, a V6? I love it. What did I say?
It doesn't matter, son. Good to have you home.
By the Hawks, they lead by 19 points. Kennedy has been very busy on his own half-back line. Across the ground, into the path of Dippy Domenico. Will it sit for him? Yes, it does. Played by Bruns. Gets the hand pass away. Goes again. Slaps it out wide. Buckenara slipped. Lindner's got it now. Ford of centre wing, dragged off the kick. Good desperation tackle and forces the error. Well done, Buckenara.
Great tackle from Buckenara. We don't see terribly much tackling by Buckenara, but it's good to see him do it on the final.
Lindner went the wrong way, I thought.
Kick to be taken by Deer. 11 votes in the Brownlow. A much improved play. Shadows of the stand. High kick towards centre wing. Buckenara from behind, knocked away there by Burke. Dippia Domenico. To no one in particular. Hocking taken high. And will get the free kick. The defensive side of right centre wing. Just under 18 minutes now remaining in the first quarter. Geelong operating into a slight breeze. Hawthorn looking the far better side. Long kick towards half forward from behind Ablett. The big leap, couldn't mark. Knew the hurried kick back towards centre wing. Lindner in front. Met solidly by Curran coming through. And Lindner will get the free.
And Lindner a little bit upset there. He plays on quickly. He's dumped as he kicks the ball. It goes towards half forward. No free kick paid. Kennedy takes the mark. He kicked. It's a little wide there for Condon, and it goes over the boundary line. So we'll have a throw in. It's between wing and half forward in Geelong's attacking half. The Cats 1 goal. Trail Hawthorn 4-1. Deer gets the ball to Platten. He's well tackled. The ball free. Yates taken to the ground by Deer. Too high. The free kick will be taken by Yates. About 60 metres from goal. The short pass is on. It's okay. Ablett. They look for him a lot, don't they, John?
He's incredibly quick over the first couple of yards. He laid a tackle in the forward pocket earlier when the ball was there. It was just his sheer speed that got him. Again, look at the break he's got on McGuinness.
And the kicking ability of Gary Ablett, I would think this distance would not be a problem. Platten and Cameron further afield having a bit of a bumping duel. Ablett now to shoot for goal. High kick. Goes past the square into the opposite pocket. The Geelong mark taken by Brown.
Free kick.
Interference in the marking contest, so the free kick will go to Deer in the back pocket. The short pass. Oh, risky. It comes off. The mark is taken by Anderson. Looking to play on. Now the umpire calls play on. Anderson's kick close to the boundary line. As a matter of fact, it's a little too far. It's out on the full. So the free kick will be taken out there for Geelong by Andrew Hughes. He plays on quickly, transfers play to Bairstow. Bairstow, the angle a little better. From a standing start, kicks it to the front of the square. Ablett flies high, can't mark. Langford stands his ground and gets the hand pass out to Pritchard. Pritchard at half back, plays on quickly. The short chip left foot, wide. Whitman runs onto it, gathers well, gets the hand pass back to Domenico. Look at the pattern forming. Here's Platten at half forward. The short pass is magnificent. And Dunstall takes it 40 metres from goal.
Great football.
Tremendous stuff, Dennis. You could see Hawks running all over the field. Teamwork, perfect. Dunstall for his second. He hooks the kick, and it's through for a behind. 4-2 plays 1 goal straight.
Well, in boxing parlance, the Cats are on the ropes, taking a lot of punishment at the present time. Paul Couch yet to handle the ball. Here's Darcy. Into Mines. Comes Members' side with the kick. Schultz in best position to mark. Up he goes in front. Couldn't hang on. Couch fumbles. This is Yates. One bounce. Draws a man. Almost. Nice little routine. Yates and Kennedy. Across it comes to Bruns. Forward at centre wing. He goes down towards the pocket. Wide of the mark. Ablett will be in trouble as he turns. And swings it out of bounds on the full.
Well, he really didn't have any alternative then. He was going at 1,000,000 miles an hour at the boundary line. All he could have done, I suppose, was handball the ball back over his head. But when you're moving at that speed, very hard to do.
And Langford was 1,000,000 miles an hour bearing down on him.
Hawthorn looking for their first ever back-to-back premierships. Langford, centre wing, Deer, almost a spectacular mark. Condon, away to Buckenara, in the grasp, gets the kick away, and the mark is taken by Pritchard. The Hawks lead by 20 points. Pritchard's away, no pressure on. Simply runs away from Couch, goes long down towards Dunstall, favoured by the kick. Almost the mark, not paid. Schultz in desperate trouble. Platten on all fours. Play on is the call. Surely it deserves a whistle.
What a magnificent effort by the little fellow there, Platten. He is a terrific player. He not only wins the ball, but he also lays some terrific tackles. It's team-orientated stuff.
Bounce just inside 50 metres, within scoring distance for the Hawks. Curran up high, but he put his hand on his opponent's shoulder, so the free kick will go to Schultz at half back for the Cats. Schultz kicks it towards the members' wing area. In front, Burke can't mark. Dippy Domenico can't get the ball out. Finally finishes up with Platten. Platten with time to kick the ball long towards full forward. The marking contest. Hocking can't take it. Curran, snapshot, hooks it across his body. Another goal to Hawthorn.
You're looking sharp, you're looking good. You've come so far, and we know how to make the most of who you are. Father to son, it's what we've always done.
Gillette Contour Plus with lubricating strip for the best a man can get.
2-6. Couch gets the hand pass away, taken by Yates. Indecisive. Whitner on the overlap, goes down towards half forward. Ablett out of the contest. Brownlow's over the top. It hits the ground. This is Cameron running away from his own goal. 45 metres out, turns and fires. And is wayward with a kick. It goes out of bounds. On the bounce in the left full forward pocket. Boundary throw in. Burke and Dia. Body to body. Ablett. Coming out of there by Pritchard. This is Yates to Bairstow. Grabbed by Anderson. Gets the kick away. About 20 metres out from goal. Knocked away by Langford. Ball runs free. Hawkins got it. Now it's a free kick. It's coming back. Pritchard was held without it. And he'll take this free about 20 metres out from his own defensive goal.
Langford proving too strong on that occasion for Bill Brownless, the full forward in screen. Bill Brownless trying body work, and Langford too experienced and too big. He's got to move around, Langford.
50-metre penalty applied, so that brings Pritchard very close to the centre circle. Pritchard now kicks it towards centre half forward for the Hawks. Punch away. Oh, look at Dippy Domenico. Full load, crashes through. The kick is astray. The left forward pocket, boundary throw in.
Bad signs for Geelong.
My word, Hawthorn playing with a little bit of arrogance at the moment.
So the statistics showing the handballs well in favour of the Hawks as we have a boundary throw in the left forward pocket. Goes over the top. Pritchard, snapshot. Close. Just misses to the right. 5-3, plays one goal.
In that situation, Don, you've got to be goal side of the man you're marking, don't you?
But also, Dennis, the ball went over the back. Geelong should have players because that is always a space. It's always open, and Hawthorn did it easily.
Darcy kicks to the members' side. Big punch. Ball comes to Couch. His first touch. The 1989 Brownlow medalist. The kick is wide. Really, bad football there by Couch. Ablett. Anderson, the ball in the back. McGuinness. Good play by the youngster, McGuinness. He fights on with the two Geelong players outnumbering, and McGuinness takes it over the boundary line for throw-in.
I just wonder how badly McGuinness is injured because, again, he was 10 yards behind Ablett on that occasion.
Geelong doing okay in the hit-outs. Dia doing better around the ground. Pritchard robbed of the ball. Hawkins away, gets the hand pass away quickly to Yates, who boots it down towards full forward. Brownlow's in best position. Great mark over the top. It was always going to be his. Bill Brownless.
Was he off? Posed the question. He took that mark. I thought he might have took a step or taken a step over the mark.
It was well off the ground. Brownless from 35 metres. Stabs at goal when it's home.
Well, Geelong may just regain a little bit of composure with that goal. They still trail. It's only their second. But everything going Hawthorn's way at the moment. Now watch this, a good mark. He gets up, puts the knee into the back of Langford. Great mark by the Geelong full forward.
Well, they certainly needed that, Don. The scoreboard was looking pretty ordinary until Billy Brownless kicked his first goal and the Cats second.
Geelong getting behind on this occasion for this bounce running through the square.
Burke up too early. Dia gets the tap. Curran can't break clear. Opportunity for Condon. Now he gets around on the right foot. He slips over. The kick now, there's a bit of a dust-up wide of where the play was, and the free kick was going to Dermot Burke. Didn't quite see what happened there, but the umpire very, very close to the action, and Burton takes the free kick just slightly forward of the centre wing. The short kick goes in. and Anderson takes the mark outside 50 metres. Anderson, who's kicked 1 goal, kicks it to the leading Dunstall. Has he recovered? He can't quite get the spring. The ball right in front of the goal square. Now Geelong get clear through Lindner. Lindner's kick wide. No one home for Geelong. Mew favoured by the bounce. He's well tackled. The ball runs free. Stoneham tries to get the ball over to Cameron. Cameron in there again. Helped out by Stoneham. The ball somehow gets out the back to Couch. Couch is kicked towards the 50-metre line. Here's Bairstow. Look at the tackle by Tuck. Irrepressible stuff by Tuck. The ball comes out towards Ayres. Ayres coolly kicks it 40 metres up towards the wing. No mark taken. A good punch away. Condon kicked off the ground by Burke. Wide towards centre wing. Buckenara leads in the race for the ball. Gathers well. Tackled by Mellichallis. Unfairly, says the umpire. And the free kick will go to the Hawthorn champion, Gary Buckenara.
Not much difference between that tackle and the one laid by Tuck on Bairstow.
Buckenara hugging the boundary around the outer side. Brereton up, got hands to it, couldn't hang on. Falls to Anderson. Hurried kick down towards the pocket. Golden opportunity now. This is Curran. He can run all the way in and kick from 25 metres out. Stabs it. He's missed. He has. Well, they came down in a convoy then, the Hawks. Not a good result.
Not a very deliberate kick there by Peter Curran. He really had no conviction.
Harry Stoneham hasn't had a possession as yet. This is Schultz confronted by Brereton. And the bounds it goes.
Bad fumble by Schultz.
Both these sides looking to make history this afternoon. There are the marks. Hawthorn doing better. Boundary throw in. Hawthorn looking for back-to-back premierships. They've not done that before. Brereton wins it down. Views has got it. And no side has come from as low as 9th to win a VFL premiership. Condon on the outer side. Geelong are trying to do that. Across it comes. Up in front, Dippy Domenico couldn't hang on. Knocked away by Bruns. Couch has got it now. In trouble. The traffic is heavy. Couch hits the deck. Picked up by Dippy Domenico. Down towards full forward. Knocked away by Darcy. We've got a whistle. And it will be a free kick, I think, Hawthorn's way.
Against Gary Hocking once again.
Why wasn't the kick taken where the ball landed? He kicks the ball, then he's down. That must be a kick down to where the ball lands, surely.
There was a couple of puzzling decisions already made by these umpires, Ian, and that's another one.
Well, the umpire didn't deem it late.
I think it would have been a certain goal, whereas here it's a little bit doubtful.
Dippy Domenico from 55 metres out. Good looking kick. That's a goal.
Years of driving can take a terrible toll on your car. Your windshield cracks, the paint chips, and there's always the inevitable ding or two. But thanks to the remarkable technology in new BP Visco 2000 motor oil, there is a part of your car you can protect, your engine. Use new BP Visco 2000 and your engine just may outlast your car. BP, on the move.
Deere gets the tap out. Couch's hand pass goes wide. Dippy Domenico chips in, gets the handball back to Deere. Deere thumps it up towards full forward. Meeting it strongly and positively was Darcy, the Geelong fullback. Kicks it back into the centre. The Geelong mark there is taken by Burke.
Great mark.
They're being outmarked 13-4 so far in this first quarter. The kick wide. Opportunity for Bruns. Well tackled by Dippy Domenico. That could have been dropping the ball. Dippy Domenico appealing for the free kick, but the umpire having nothing to do with it. And he'll come in and ball it up wide at centre. Tackles fairly even. Desperate stuff by both sides. The ball comes down towards Dippy Domenico. He ducks his head. Ball held in. Umpire will call for a bounce.
Just forward of right centre wing for the Cats, who trail 40-12. This is Scott, who's been quiet. Anderson, busy. Couch goes back and takes the mark. Ball Couch, best and fairest for the season. Woods half forward with the kick, intended for Ablett. Up he comes, he crashes into Dippy Domenico. That hurt. Dippy Domenico's got the free kick, he earned it.
Again, courage shown by Dippy Domenico.
Chip pass, Condon wants to play on, that's ambitious. Played by Bruns, hand passes, gains about 25 metres. Views, couldn't control it. Pritchard goes in. Hawthorn free kick off the ball. Button is down. Geelong very untidy at the present time.
Well, if these tactics are to pay off, they'll need to be pretty close at three-quarter time.
Platten kicks inside 50. Darcy the leaper, fisting away. It comes down to Hawking. Very tentative Hawking. Dunstall, sweeping hand pass. Goal coming up. 1 of 2. Buckenara from 10 metres out.
Well, Hawthorn are just so confident that when the ball is further up the ground, they really do back their teammate in to get the ball. They did on that occasion because they all ran away into the goal square, knowing that their teammate was going to get the ball. Now, that's arrogance. Maybe the fact that Hawking also fumbled on that occasion, a bad fumble. Look at the numbers Hawthorn have got forward.
They've been kind fumble.
Tremendous stuff by Hawthorn. 7-4 to 2 goals. No one really gets their hand of the ball. The ruckman. Opportunity now for the Cats to get clear of that centre bounce. And it's Couch.
And Couch very lucky to get on his feet. Ayres came at him again.
Takes the free kick and kicks it wide. Too far out there for Bruns. Anderson too tall, taps it to the advantage of himself, goes back and gathers well. Hand pass off to McGuinness. McGuinness screaming through half-back, kicks it in towards the centre. Another Hawthorn mark taken by Condon. Looking to play on, and the Cats arriving a little late. Condon, very creative player in the centre for Hawthorn. Kicks it out wide, but a leaping, high leaping mark taken by Lindner. And Bruce Lindner holds that up. He's called play on. Curran takes the ball. Kicks the Hawks back into attack in the 10-metre square. Brereton, clean mark in the goal square.
What a great kick too by Curran.
Well, they don't stop, do they, Dennis? The whistle hadn't gone. Lindner goes to play on. Umpire calls play on, and away they go.
Well, who would have thought that this game would pan out the way it is? I thought it'd be a much closer contest.
Brereton from the edge of the square, directly in front. No problems.
For over 3 decades, 7 Melbourne has brought the Times into our lives. At the dawn of the new decade, the commitment continues with Glenn Taylor, Jennifer Kite, and 7 nightly news.
Dermot Brereton, 2 goals so far this afternoon. Just under 4 minutes remaining in the first quarter. And Hawthorn putting their stamp on this game. Geelong must get some goals and get them quickly. They're in trouble. Some of their prime movers just not touching the football. Still Stoner without a possession. Couch has been quiet. Bairstow not in the thick of it. Runs likewise. Here's Platten. He's in the thick of it. Looking at a minute ago, in trouble, knocked away from him. He goes to ground, tackled by Hawking.
It's interesting, Dennis, when you look at that centre square, it's a Hawthorn players who are getting in front. Hawking caught behind Platten on that occasion.
Another bounce. Let's go at it. Dia backhands it down. Curran over his head. Spills to Scott. That's ambitious. Trying to go through there. Couch. Slapped out of there by Lindner. Back inside the centre square. With Dash Boss, but he left it behind. Pritchard flagged off it. Malikellis knocks it out. Up the ground by Gary Hawking. Ayres, who was 29 on Thursday. Swings it to the outer side. Buckenara gets it to Condon. Condon goes over the top. Great courage shown by Curran. Down he goes. In goes Yates. Boss comes away with the ball. Drives it around the outer side. In front, Ayres. Almost a spectacular mark. In fact, it's paid.
Strength by Gary Ayres.
And experience, Don. This is what all the scribes were talking about. The fact that Hawthorn have played. This is their 7th successive grand final appearance. And here's one of the great players of the caper, Gary Ayres. A short pass is not allowed. Ayres being asked to kick over the man on the mark. Magnificent conditions here at the MCG for the grand final. Ayres kicked towards centre half forward. 1-on-1. No one can mark the ball. A big punch away by Schultz. Finishes up with Couch. He's well tackled. Geelong, look, they're struggling hard. Tuck, good tackle. Deere, the Hawthorn forwards working overtime. Whitman goes long. The kick slews off the side of his boot. Chance for Boss. He taps it back to... It's Buse. Buse in the back pocket. Round onto the left foot goes Buse. The short kick is okay, and he finds Couch at half back. Hawthorn forwards magnificent, keeping the ball in. Couch, long kick. There's a player there, take the mark, Burke. No, it's punched away by Tuck. Play on, says the umpire. Cameron, his tackle is ineffective. Condon runs away with the football. Kicks it towards half-forward. Bacanara takes a diving mark, but it's over the boundary line, I would suggest, before he took the mark, so it's a free kick to the Cats to be taken at half-back. What a magnificent effort there by Bacanara. The ball comes back towards the centre wing area. Stoneham up high, can't mark. The ball comes down towards Couch. Couch's left foot kick to the practice cricket pitch area. It's bouncing free. Goes through both players. Ablett now a chance, but he's held close to the line by McGuinness, and the ball goes over for a boundary throw in about 25 metres around from the Geelong goal. Only seconds remaining in the first quarter, and it's been all Hawthorn. The Hawks 8-4 lead Geelong 2 goals straight. The ruck contest, Deere doing pretty well. Hockey can't get away from Kennedy. Hockey tries to tap it to his team's advantage. Scott gets out. The left foot kick by Scott up towards the goal square. No one there for the Cats. McGuinness struggles hard with Stoneham, and the ball goes over for another boundary throw. The Hawks fanatical in their quest for back-to-back flags. Just a few seconds left now. Deere over the top. The punch by Burke. Stoneham gathers, but 2 tackles laid on by Hawthorn. One Pritchard, one Ayres, and down goes the Geelong player. Umpire calls for a bounce.
So that's great stuff from Hawthorn's point of view.
There's the siren, so the first quarter finishes with the scoreboard well to the advantage of Hawthorn. 8-4, 52. Geelong 2 goals straight, 12 points.
That was it. Never thought you'd get rid of your old bus.
Yeah, well, it was all right till you had to carry something. But I'll tell you what, mate. Bit of guts under the bonnet doesn't go astray.
Eh? Oh, much of a muchness these days.
Don't you believe it?
Be with you in a sec.
Okay.
You must be doing all right then.
If I charged like you, I'd be doing a lot better.
So, you happy with it?
What do you reckon?
If everything that could happen to your car happened at once, you'd understand why you need the complete car care system from Kidden, the car care specialist.
Come on, Dermy, get into them. They're waiting out there.
I don't know what colour to wear.
Oh, look, try the pink.
How can I wear pink with brown?
Silly Dermy, you look lovely in pink.
As one long journey comes to an end, another begins. A journey that takes Qantas people over every inch of the aircraft. Because their standards are uncompromising, they have given Qantas a reputation that's the envy of every airline in the world. A reputation for excellence in engineering, maintenance, and service. Service that operates from the ground up.
If you're in business, you want advertising that works. Melbourne Big survey phones are monitoring results in businesses like IPEC Air Services, who say Melbourne Big represents a substantial part of all incoming calls. Kevin Chapman says Melbourne Big is doing a better job at a lower price, and his results prove it. The 1989 results are better than ever for Don Pittard's driving school. Display advertising really works. Make sure that Melbourne Big works for your business. Phone right now on 6464
There are 3 brothers whose contribution to contemporary music is totally unique. They are Robin, Barry and Morris, the Bee Gees. In concert, the boys are brilliant. Now, the Bee Gees have got a hot new album called One, and they're returning to Australia on their worldwide One for All tour. The Bee Gees play the Tennis Centre November 17. Tickets on sale now from Bass.
A blistering but bruising first quarter by Hawthorn here at the MCG, and they've opened up a commanding lead. 8-4, 52, Geelong, 2 straight goals, 12.
Today's game is part of the Carlton and United Breweries 1989 Premiership season.
Time now for a look at up-and-coming events on the Australian Television Network. Tomorrow, strap yourself to your favourite chair for a great day's racing as 7 Sport takes you live to Mount Panorama in Bathurst for the great race, the Tui's 1000. From morning to dusk, follow the fortunes of 60 of the finest drivers in the world, pit their skills and stamina against our homebred heroes. And the action hots up in the NBL playoffs when Perth take on North Melbourne and Sydney battle Canberra for the right to play in the grand final. You'll see all the drama unfold only on the Australian Television Network. So John Platten is in trouble for Hawthorn, but the Hawks have been winning the ball marvellously well out of the centre. What about Geelong, Don Scott?
Well, Geelong set up in an interesting way, Sandy. They've got Hughes starting next to Burke, their ruckman, there, Couch, also beside the ruckman, Deere, naturally enough, opposite, Hocking, like so, on that side. Then they line up across the back end of the square, running through. Now, what happens is that Hughes runs through that way, hoping to get the hit out. But then if the hit out goes the opposite way, Hawthorn, there, they've got all those fellows there to pick up the ball. But what they're missing out of is right around that section of the ground, because that's where Hawthorn are getting in front.
Very nice, but is it hard? Start of the second term then. Hawthorn lead by 40 points. Dia wins it down. Tuck, slung, taken by Runs, who hooks it down towards half forward for the Cats. It bounces in open territory. Storming up the ground is Ablett. McGuinness is after him. Ablett working it towards the boundary line. Slipped. Stoneham. He's got it now at 50. Barry Stoneham hooks it down towards full forward. It's bending back. This will be close. It bounces the wrong way. Brownless worked hard. That ball just pitched at the base of the goalpost. Went the wrong way.
It's quite interesting off the ball. A lot of players are going for the man. It is a very spiteful game.
Langford to bring the ball back into play for Hawthorn, comes to the members' side. Great mark taken by Yates, who was probably Geelong's best player in the first quarter. Mark Yates, the drop punt kick to the front of the square. Marking contest, a good punch away by McGuinness, gathered by Brownless. Can't break the tackle of Condon, and he does it pretty well, the Hawthorn player. He streams away from full back. Anthony Condon kicks it wide, out to the advantage of Buckenara, but chipping in and taking a good mark as Bruns for the Cats. Neville Bruns, who was pretty quiet in the first term, got the first kick in the second quarter, kicks it into the pocket. Opportunity again for Condon, but a free kick that's been picked out of it.
By Collins.
And Collins will be the recipient in the back pocket. So Collins, we've got quite a few votes in the Brownlow medal this year, much to the surprise of a few of the experts. His kick is a poor one and it's out of bounds on the full. The short kick in towards centre half forward, and a good mark taken by Flanagan.
And Hughes and Pritchard at it behind play, the two angry little ants.
So Flanagan on the 50-metre line, and sometimes can surprise the footballing public with his kicking ability. This is a great kick by Flanagan right into the square. Geelong mark! Stoneham.
They've got some high flyers down there. Ablett, Brownless and Stoneham.
And Stoneham, who kicked a point just a few moments ago, has a chance to kick the Cats third, and a very, very badly needed goal for Geelong. The angle, not bad for a natural right footer that Barry Stoneham is, and he punts it straight through. Goal umpire and field umpire conferring. It looks like it's another kick.
Yes. Came over the mark. That missed, that kick.
Actually, I thought it missed too, Dennis.
Well, Stoneham's indicating that it's gone through.
He was a bad judge. He's getting it again because it missed, and the umpire now invoking the 50.
Really, you shouldn't miss from that angle where he was. That was a bad kick by Stoneham.
He would argue the man came over the mark.
Well, interesting one.
And can he just walk up to the man on the mark and dribble the ball over the boundary line?
I think they'll be taking that risk at this stage. Geelong trailing by 39 points.
Don't say you do that.
Now Stoneham, his second chance from only metres out. And this time he doesn't miss.
Well, Geelong, a little bit of respectability on the scoreboard. Hawthorn are weakened by the fact that Platten has gone off the ground. In actual fact, Platten is now walking around the boundary line, and he'll be going in to the dressing room. Now, obviously, he's got a whack on the nose. He's holding that nose. And now Hawthorn have got Whitman. Sorry, Pritchard roving. And there's Platten. Not too good at all.
Let's go down to Michael Roberts. Michael?
Yes, look, quarter time, Dermot Brereton assured everyone that he was fine, but Johnny Platten went there. He was tested for concussion and went down on one knee. They took him straight off, and as you can see, he's going straight up the race.
That's a blow for the Hawks, perhaps the league's most courageous player. Going into the rooms, we've got a new ball. Hawthorn, the MCG, and away we go again. One down by Flanagan that time with the backhand. Hughes comes away. There's the time remaining. The Cats are looking better. Hughes goes long down towards the pocket. Ablett! Oh, what a mark!
Well, that's what we came to see, Dennis. This man is unbelievable.
Incredible strength, I think, is the word, Ian. Incredible strength.
Cleared by Hawthorn to Geelong in 1983. Will he come back to haunt them? Check side kick. Oh, nonchalant.
I don't know, Jono. Have a look at this. The car's got a whole computer system that actually tells you what's wrong with it. And those backyard boys, I think it's just a question of changing a couple of these, I don't know. Unbelievable.
Yeah, you better look at the distributor cap. Could be cracked. It's probably non-genuine too.
Yeah, doing that.
Commodore's all finished. Have a listen to this.
Love it.
Via bidding them down towards half forward. That's Hawthorn. Schultz has got it. Well, almost. Still he battles after it. Picked up by Cameron. Scrambles a kick across the goal face, and Buckenara takes the mark.
See, there was some fumbling there by Geelong. They took their eyes off the ball. Can't handle the pressure. Schultz 1 and Cameron 2.
Why would the defender go that way, Don?
Pressure, Ian. Pressure.
You turn onto your left side and kick it to the boundary line when the pressure's on.
Well, you don't have time to think, do you?
Buckenara. From about 20 metres out directly in front. He won't miss. Through she goes.
Well, that's things you just cannot do in finals, and it's not a good sign as far as Geelong is concerned. To see their centre-half back Schultz fumble in the way he did. He's got a big body. He's there for his strength and his doggedness, and he's got to put himself in. And also Cameron. There it is. He took his eye off the ball, went over the ball. Now watch this one by Cameron. Bad play, Geelong. And actually Schultz coming off for that mistake, obviously.
Yates is picking up Curran. Again, Geelong get the tap out, but they can't take it away. Anderson gets a quick foot to the ball. Kennedy takes Hawthorn into their forward pocket region. Brereton, too high.
It's too big,
too strong for Stephen Hoppy.
Just too big. That's the second time he's done that.
That's a matchup they can't have.
Well, they're in trouble with Schultz, one of their taller defenders, now serving time on the interchange bench. And Brereton is only about 30 metres from goal, perhaps closer. Dermot Brereton. Punt kick. Straight through for a behind. So Brereton has kicked 2 goals, 1. Hawthorn 9-5. And Geelong, at the start of this second term, mounting some sort of a challenge, but the kick by Cameron to give Buckenara a goal, a bad mistake.
There's Tim Darcy. Snap full back. Get in 2 minds. Looks towards centre-half back. Push out, surely.
Well done, player.
Winner's got the free kick. Winner from half-back. Loops through centre. Stoneham on the lead. At full stretch. Takes the mark on his chest. Towards centre wing. Stoneham. Chip passes inside. Looking for Hocking. They're closing on him. Twisted away by Collins. Bursting away Tuck. Sends play back towards the half-forward line for the Hawks. Morrissey. Knocked away by Boss. This is Bruns. Kicks into the Hawthorn player, however. It ricochets forward. Taken by Scott. Inside. Fumble. Still they go after him. Pippy at a minute go through his legs. Knocked on by Buckenara cleverly into the path of this man Anderson. He goes down towards the half-forward line. Curran, as cool as you like, feeds it inside to Morrissey. Over the top to Whitman. Whitman 25 metres out and closing. And I think he's got it. No, he hasn't. It was close, but not good enough from there, especially given the build-up.
Well, it was a bad miss, Dennis. They did everything right there. Hawthorn and Don, you went, ooh.
Well, you
when
can't
you saw
afford,
one of the Geelong
well,
players.
that's right. It was Linda on that occasion who took his eye off the ball. You can't afford to do it in finals. Look what happens.
Yes, the opposition certainly take advantage of those sort of mistakes. So Darcy kicks the ball to the outer side this time. Oh, Buckenara flies high, can't mark.
Should have been penalised.
Now opportunity for Morrissey. Curran swoops on the loose ball. Curran's kick across his body, up towards full forward. The high flyers. No one can mark the ball. Stephen Hocking gets it out the back to Buse. Great tackle by Dunstall. Terrific stuff by the Hawthorn forwards. Burton will kick a goal. No mistake. Dermot Burton kicks his third. The Hawks go marching on. It's a massacre at the MCG.
You're looking sharp, you're looking good. You've come so far, and we know how to make the most of who you are. Where the race is run, you're the champion. Gillette.
Gillette Contour Plus with lubricating strip for the best a man can get.
The best a man can get.
Cameron towards half-forward for the Cats. Here's the only man there. Leads the Hawks towards their half-forward line. Hawkman bounce down there for Whitman. Couch leads back in the race. Gets around Morrissey. Not a good hand pass. Just gave it away with almost. Buse got a second opportunity. Went off the ground. This is tough. Swings it out wide. Into the path of Kennedy. It bounces back over his head. That was bad luck. Cameron slips over. Inside to Lindner, though. Lindner dragged off the kick. As a result, it spills down towards half-forward. Tuck, brilliantly done, not once but twice. Eventually lost it, though. Counts the hand pass out wide. Hamilton's got it. Left half-forward. Ablett's in front. Strong mark. Not easy to mark. That ball was coming quickly.
They're hard marks to take, aren't they, Dennis? In front of your face like that.
Probably the toughest.
See this on replay. The ball out in front. They're hard to take.
Ablett. They desperately need a goal. Ablett, look at that. Straight through the middle.
He is a cool fellow, Ablett. I suppose that is the difference between champions and also-rans. You see his teammates in the ground, down the ground, and various other places on the ground, fumbling under pressure, but he is just so cool. That's his second shot for goal in this quarter, and he just did it so well. His first one was just confidence plus, and this too. He just got so much confidence in his ability.
Why not? He's a champion. Gary Ablett's kicked 3 goals out of the Geelong score of 5. And Hawthorn 10-6. Still lead very comfortably. The ball at centre-half forward. Chipping in is Cameron. The kick up towards centre-half forward for Geelong. It goes through Gary Ayres. Tumbling away was Gary Ablett. Swooping on the ball. Now Hamilton kicks it across his body into the forward pocket. High over the top views of Collins, but he can't control it, and it goes out for a boundary throw in the right forward pocket for Geelong.
It's a terrific effort by Hawthorn when you consider that Brereton's injured. Platton's also gone off.
Very good team, the Hawks, very disciplined. Flanagan now doing the ruck work against Deere. Ablett over the top. Snapshot by Gary Ablett. This is close. Oh, it is mercurial stuff.
And momentum is starting to shift in this game.
Listen, this is where you need television. You cannot explain what that man does. That's a picture's worth 1,000.
If you're down there in a Geelong jumper, that must lift you, mustn't it?
Watch it, Ian. Watch this. Watch this. Oh, it's magic.
But it must lift the Geelong players.
Oh, let's hope it does.
We're back in the middle. Geelong making another run at the Hawks. Pritchard out of the middle. There's the difference. Whitner's in front. Platton's off the ground. Brereton is hurt. And Geelong still not without a chance. Lindner inside the centre square with Ablett on fire down the ground. Almost gives the ball away. Tuck towards half forward. Malachillis has got the run of it. He storms away, Malachillis. Back towards half forward. Brownless is the target. Langford comes over the top. It falls behind them. This is Ayres. Ayres back towards centre wing. Lunging at it, Morrissey. Bosses over the top of it. Gets to his feet. He's outnumbered 4-1. Dragged off it by Anderson. Away comes Morrissey. Kicks inside 50. Brereton pushed in the back. No free kick. Darcy close to the boundary line. Foul.
There was Dunstan, Dennis.
Well, that's the speed that he does possess. We saw Ablett do a tackle earlier, and it's the speed of these two forwards, and Dunstall possesses the same speed over the first couple of yards.
I was going to say, barring any help, he was in trouble there, Darcy, and so it proved Dunstall superb. Curran tries to shovel it out. Big pack, and we'll have a ball up.
The ball about 45 metres from the Hawthorn goal. Geelong, there's Rob Hawke, our Prime Minister, interested spectator. Geelong certainly don't need a Hawthorn goal at this stage. The ball gets clear to Malakalis. The hand pass to Stephen Hockey. The Cats may have settled down a little bit. Hamilton pulled off the ball. Pritchard, strong was Malakalis. Umpire picks out a free kick. It's going Geelong's way. The advantage has been paid. Hamilton comes away with the ball. The left foot pass in towards the pocket. Brownless gathers well. Tries to crash his way through. Umpire calls play on, and Condon kicks Hawks. Up towards half forward. The ball a little bit too far there for Pritchard. And we'll have a boundary throw in between wing and half forward for Hawthorn.
And Hawthorn have made a change. Langford has gone to full back on Ablett.
Interesting, when Brownless got that last ball, all the Geelong players running past, going on ahead. No one stayed to support. This is Brereton doing well in a tight situation. Tried to knock it out. Whitman's in there too. He's the base of all of that, and we'll have a ball up.
McGuinness is picking up Brownless.
Glorious sunny day here in Melbourne. Temperature about 20 degrees. Pretty even in the rucks, as you can see. Opens along slightly. Tuck gets the cross to Anderson. Standing start. Down towards the pocket. Darcy coming up to meet the ball. Awkward bounce. Dunstall kicks it in. Wayne Harms. No, he didn't. He'll come back to be thrown in. Just as well for Geelong. Darcy was outnumbered 3-1.
See, it's 4-2 on that occasion then, Dennis. Hawthorn, gee, they got so much faith in the fellows around the ball that they take off and move forward off the ball. And they did on that occasion, 4-2.
Wide division than me. Here's the boundary throw in. Rucks go at it. Behind by Curran brilliantly to Pritchard, who pulls it back. It's bending too far. Through for a minor score. Just over 12 minutes remaining in this first half, and Hawthorn, who led by 40 points at quarter time, lead by 30 now. And here's Darcy. Bring it in. A sell-out crowd, close to 100,000. Darcy goes to the outer side. Winner was up. Fisted away there nicely by Pritchard. The hand pass comes out. That's better football. Hamilton's away. Hamilton goes long down towards the pocket. Hamilton couldn't hang on. Hawthorn have got the numbers.
Mew takes the hand pass from Langford. Mew's kick towards centre wing. Hawthorn mark. Dippy Domenico standing his ground. And a big surprise to him, I would guess, the ball lands in his lap. Play on, says the umpire. Dippy Domenico runs around onto his right foot. Kicks it towards centre half forward. No mark taken. Curran, good recovery by Yates. He's well tackled. Gets the hand pass wide to Flanagan. Flanagan's short pass is effective. The mark has been taken by Hamilton, who started on the interchange bench and has been a good player since coming on. Hughes takes the kick, and Hughes kicks the goal.
Take the pressure down, grand final night. At 6:30, the world around us returns with a premiere special, John Farnham's Touch of Paradise. At 7:30, Graham Kennedy, Olivia Newton-John and Peter Allen star in the world's funniest commercial goofs. Then at 8:30, the NBL semi-final playoffs, the Perth Wildcats versus North Melbourne Giants. A grand final night of entertainment, tonight on 7.
Back in the centre, Hawks lead by 4 goals. Flanagan, who's done pretty well in the ruck contest. Dippy Domenico takes it out for the Hawks. Up towards half forward. The bounce goes over the top of the players' heads. Good play by Dunstall. Down to Pritchard. Pritchard goes for the goal and misses. 10-8 plays 7-1. And we're more than halfway through the second quarter.
His third point for the game, Darren Pritchard, former Tasmanian and Recruit of the Year 2 or 3 years ago.
Well, if you go back to round 6, Geelong led at half-time in their only meeting this season by 49 points as Flanagan takes the mark on the outer side. The Hawks came back to win by 8. And they kept goals between them that day. Now Flanagan is being spoken to, but he'll get to keep the ball, luckily.
Lucky, yes.
Give me a minute ago, shouldn't be hanging on.
Flanagan goes towards centre wing. Scott almost the one-hander, taken by Stoneham. Again, lack of numbers. He beats two, gives it to Buse, he pulls it back across his body, and a strong mark is taken by Whitman.
What's Buse thinking is you can't go that way and then bring it back into the square centre.
Whitman, low kick towards half forward. The Hawks lead in all directions to the ball. Curran causing a lot of headaches on the forward line for the Cats. Got the hand pass away. Oh, down went Pritchard. That would have hurt. Geelong have got the run of it. Limmer the hand pass out wide. The Cats are looking better towards half-time. Hamilton hoisted high down towards half-forward. Brownless storming up, tests the ball, and it runs out of bounds.
It's good ball, Dennis Smith, though. Just a little bit of favour by the bouncing ball there, and they could have been right up in that goal square again.
Pritchard all right behind play two.
It's a nasty one he copped. Just under 10 minutes remaining. First half. Couch, who's been quiet. Ayres does well. Deft deflection across to Puckinara, who was taken high. It's a real free kick down the ground.
Ayres remonstrating with Brownless behind play.
Well, that's the first one of those free kicks that has been picked up. And really, there was nothing in it.
The free kick to be taken by Morrissey on centre wing. Doesn't waste any time. The kick towards half forward. The free kick being picked out, and it's going to Geelong. A Hawthorn player, perhaps Darren Pritchard, it may have been, keeping Linder out of the marking contest. Linder takes the free kick. Kicks it back towards half forward. Stoneham can't mark. Cameron, great hand pass to the advantage of Hamilton. And will it check for him? Left foot kick by Hamilton. Bounces. Just, is it on the line? Out of bounds on the full. It must have only been centimetres over the boundary line. The free kick to be taken in the back pocket by Langford.
They're hard balls to run onto. You just hope that they sit up, and it didn't sit up for Hamilton on that occasion.
The luck of a bouncing ball, eh, Don? You can go with the Cats. Langford has the ball. First kick not allowed. Field umpire asking Chris Langford to do it all again, and he kicks it now outside the 50-metre line. Big punch by Flanagan. Gary Hocking runs onto the ball, runs over the ball. Chance now for the Cats. Hocking knocks it back. Bairstow crashes his way through. Kicks the Cats towards centre half forward. Marking contest, no one can grab the football. Whitman tackled by Brownless. Onto the ball now is Hamilton. Opportunity for Ablett. Gets the hand pass back to Buse. What can Andrew Buse do with this one? He goes for goal. The long drop punt kick into the square. No mark. Kick off the ground. Through from behind. And the player Brownless. Gee, that would have been a miraculous goal.
Involuntary action, I think. It struck him on the boot.
Good effort by Couch, and he was outnumbered 1-2. But also Buse again, he was in trouble as soon as he got the ball. He's trying to dodge. Packs just do the instinctive thing, which is put it on your boot.
Here's Kennedy putting towards the outer side. Here outnumbered. Hamilton over the top. Limner, who's been busy in this term, tracking the ball towards the boundary line, shrugs a tackle, pulls it back towards the kick-off line. Stoneham's in front, behind McGuinness. Strong mark.
4-2 again, Hawthorn's favour.
McGuinness in doubt earlier in the week. Deep in his own defensive area, across the ground. Intended for Collins out there. Collins, unchecked, takes the mark right against the boundary line. Casual attempt to kick it downfield. Buckinara off the ground cleverly. Into the path of the running tuck, who runs up towards centre wing, well shepherded. Releases the ball towards half forward. Over Brereton's head, it's knocked away by Yates, but Brereton's going to get a free kick. Out near the boundary at left half forward.
Pumped out of the marking contest.
Curran in the forward pocket on the smaller Hockey.
He spelled trouble so far for the Geelong defence. Dunstall put his hands to it, couldn't hold on. Ball spills out of bounds and will be thrown in. The league's leading goal scorer this season, coming into this afternoon, 134. So far, one.
Yates over the top of Brereton. The ball comes out towards Couch. He can't break away. 4 Hawthorn players doing the tackling. Now it gets clear to the Brownlow medalist. His hand pass is astray. Swooping on the ball, Buckinara. Great tackle by Linder. Pritchard in there for Hawthorn. The umpire will call for bounce.
So that was a great tackle, wasn't it?
And Linder appealing for the free kick. Why aren't I rewarded for a great effort? Umpire retrieving the football. And a bounce will take place about 55 to 60 metres away from the Hawthorn goal. The bounce favours Brereton. Gets it down to Pritchard. He's well tackled by Buse. Yates has pulled off the ball. So has Brereton. A real struggle at half forward for Hawthorn, and the umpire calls again for a bounce.
I'd like to know the seriousness of Brereton's injury, because he didn't look too good initially, but boy, isn't he putting in now.
So with 6 minutes left in the second quarter, we have a match on our hands. Geelong have fought back. They trail by 4 goals. Chance for Buckenara ducking and weaving. Curran. Now the ball finishes with Buse, and Geelong get out of trouble. The kick by Buse in towards the centre. Will it bounce to Scott? Crashing his way through Mew, but he's well tackled. Ball comes free. Kennedy tackled by Stoneham. Mew tackled. Irrepressible stuff by the Cats in the centre. Counts can't break away. Stoneham can. Gets it to Linder. He's hooked around the neck by Condon, and Geelong get away with the free kick. He doesn't waste any time. Flanagan's on the end of it. Inside 50 goes Darren Flanagan. The drop punt kick, he hooks it, and it's out of bounds on the full in the left forward pocket, and he should have made more of that.
He should have been, you dead right.
Getting their appetite, though, Geelong at the moment.
An interesting Flanagan on. He's putting a lot of pressure on Deer around the ground.
McGuinness out of the back pocket yet again. High kick, Members side. Big pack at the fall of the ball. Buse went over the top. Couldn't hang on. We'll have a ball up.
Be on the ground, Buse.
There's a player there, 32 for Geelong, who's been a tremendous player for them in their previous 3 finals. And he's been very, very quiet. Gary Hock.
Lacking around the packs. Tuck is doing a fine job on Bairstow. Bairstow just 5 possessions so far. There he is again. Bairstow in the picture, but Tuck does nicely. Gets it across, just paddling it towards Ayres, who hooks it around the boundary. From behind, Bosch should have punched.
Why didn't he punch?
Hold on. Morrissey's got the ball. The defensive side at centre wing. Kicks it wide. Pritchard runs onto it. That could prove costly. Pritchard from half forward pulls it back. What a superb kick. Dunstall. Ask the question again, Dunstall. Why didn't he punch?
Yes, there's simple mistakes that Geelong are making in the back half of the ground, aren't they? That are costing
we
them.
mentioned that one there, but also this was a good move here because Darcy went to where the ball was. Dunstall did.
Dunstall sneaks it through for a goal.
Emergency, which service, please?
My grandma's fallen down bed and Mummy isn't here.
1 moment, sweetheart.
So could you tell me where you live?
At home.
The 000 Ambulance, Fire and Police Emergency Service is part of Telecom's ongoing commitment to all Australians.
Your Gran's going to be okay. And she's very proud of you.
So it's time on in the second quarter, and the Hawks go forward again through Condon. Nearly the mark there to catch Malakalis. Morrison swoops on the ball. A hand pass over the top. Whitman. Can he break the tackle? A left foot snap by Whitman. Another goal to Hawthorn.
Well, we asked the question, or begged the question earlier, why didn't Boz punch the ball from behind? Well, you can ask the question again. Why did Malakalis try and mark from behind? If you're playing disciplined football, and Geelong have done it this year, he should have punched a little earlier than that, got the ball forward, but went Hawthorn's way again.
You wouldn't have played that mark?
Very skilled kick there by Whitman. Whitman kicks his first goal. Hawthorn kicked their 12th, and all of a sudden there's a 6-goal gap. 3.5 minutes left in the second quarter. Flanagan and Deer.
Gary is by himself. Back half of Hawthorn's.
Flanagan gets the tap out towards the centre wing. Kennedy, and there's that man Don Scott mentioned, Gary Ayres, that centre half back. He kicks it wide. Tuck. Hawthorn mounting something again just before half time. Tuck waits till Bairstow does the tackling, gets his kick away towards half forward, and a great mark taken by Morrison. It's not paid. He flips the ball out wide. Attempted kick off the ground by Pritchard is a stray. It's Dunstall rather. And the kick over the boundary line on the full, so the free kick will be taken for Geelong by Darcy.
Things looked all right there for a while for Geelong, but they've let 2 crucial goals slip through. They could have gone in at half-time, only 24 points down.
It's Yates. Kicks it from the back pocket out towards the wing. Flanagan takes a good mark over Deer. Flanagan, who's lifted Geelong's ruck since coming on. The kick. Mew at centre-half back. Kennedy. Kick goes off the side of his boot. Bounces free. Oh, Guerrero. I wasn't going for that ball. I was going to pick up Mark Bairstow and knock him over the fence. Boundary throw in just slightly forward of centre wing in Hawthorn's attacking half.
I think Bairstow's got good vision like Don Scott. Saw him from a long way off. There's the time remaining till half-time. Flanagan wins it down. Boss in trouble there. Hocking on all fours. Couch. Very solidly. Here's as the man who applied the tackle. Downward Anderson off the ball. Pritchard meantime moves them forward. The word to Cameron who's been reported for putting Anderson down.
Two umpires, actually.
Happened off the ball, about 5 metres away from the action.
A lot of that has been going on today, Dennis. The umpire's pinged one or two, but he hasn't pinged enough of them. And finally, someone's reported.
A little sniping. Here's Anderson. 12-8 to 7-2. 4 of those 7 goals for Geelong have come from the boot of their champ, Gary Ablett. Hawthorn prevailing. Anderson, a long kick. They contest about 30 metres out. Ledner over the top has paid the mark.
It's not good football. Okay, he took the mark, but behind he should have punched the ball.
He's in the back pocket.
Look at the way Hawthorn take the mark.
Ledner. Oh, they sold Boss into deep trouble. Boss, the hurried kick towards centre wing. Flanagan goes up, sandwiched between two Hawks. Waiting behind Couch, great tackle. Collins should have been rewarded, wasn't. It spills to Mew. Puts it back around the boundary line. Over the top. Hughes, I think, was out of bounds. Juggled across. The boundary umpire says that was a mark, surprisingly. Hughes in the shadows of the stand, through centre. Ledner taking marks all around the ground. He's had a good turn.
Lindner is on centre wing member side. Plays on now. Kicks it towards centre half forward. The Hawthorn players in front of Gary Ablett, 2-on-1. McGuinness, Brownless. Umpire will come in and ball it up. Just inside 50 metres. And Geelong, within scoring distance, badly need a goal just before half-time. There's a minute left in this first half of the 1989 Grand Final. Tuck on all fours. Gary Hockey can't get through. Couch gathers well. Good tackle, Condon. Pritchard with skill. Gets out. Goes after it. Takes one bounce with pace. Kicks Hawthorn up towards full forward. Dunstall. A million miles away you can see Dunstall going to take that mark. Tremendous at keeping his footing and very strong.
And what a good kick by Pritchard. Set up by a bounce down. Tucker got it to Pritchard and a magnificent kick by the little rover.
Dunstall. Goal number 3. No, he hooks the kick. Goal umpire runs right across and it's through for a behind. A very good kick there by Jason Dunstall.
Tim Darcy.
In trouble.
So Yates will kick it in. Fine job Michael Tuck is doing. Tagging Bairstow and has had more possessions. And this term he set things up as Yates goes to the outer side. Flanagan up. Dia leads back in the race. Falls over. Anderson close to the boundary line. Played it onto the leg of Hockey. Looks inquiringly at the boundary umpire. All the no avail. Half-time siren. And there's our scoreline. The Hawks 12-9-81. Geelong 7-2-44. Well, the Cats came back midway through the term, but Hawthorn steadied and finished full of running. A couple of costly errors by the Cats in defence have hurt them. Ablett and Brereton living up to their billing. Both of them superstars of the VFL, and they've played like that in the first half. Ablett has 4 goals. Brereton put down has 3. He came back to haunt the Cats. Half-time, Hawthorn 12-9, Geelong 7-2.
Jesus Christ is a very dear friend of ours. He's our Saviour. Left arm For over 3 decades, 7 Melbourne has brought the Times into our lives. At the dawn of the new decade, the commitment continues with Glenn Taylor, Jennifer Kite, and 7 nightly news.
The next time you buy a carpet, remember a few things about the fibre it uses. Remember, only one fibre is natural. So only one fibre naturally copes with dirt and grime. Remember, only one fibre naturally resists heat and flame. Only one fibre naturally resists liquids and spills. Soil resistant, flame resistant, liquid resistant wool. Only wool has passed the toughest tests, even before it was a carpet.
You reckon she's a champion?
Possibly. But how can you afford shares in a thoroughbred?
Shrewd bargaining and shrewd investment in the money market account.
Sounds risky.
Safe as houses.
Money market?
Yes, Pyramid Building Society money market account. You should wise up to what you put your money on.
For people who are money-wise, Pyramid, Victoria's largest building society.
ASCO with Hewlett-Packard and AutoCAD present 20 speakers, 12 seminars, 8 new products, 6 boardroom briefings with one goal: productivity for professionals. Join the push for greater productivity during October, Productivity Month at ASCO.
Come on, Dermy, get into them. They're waiting out there. I don't know what colour to wear. Oh, look, try the pink. How can I wear pink with brown? Silly Dermy, you look lovely in pink.
Just as there are differences in the quality of suits, there are also differences in the quality of insurance policies. MMI Insurance. When you appreciate quality, you'll appreciate the difference.
Hawthorn led by 40 points at quarter time. At half time they lead by 37. 12-9, 81. Geelong 7 goals to 44. And in our opening, gentlemen, I described Hawthorn as a mean fighting machine, and I think, Ross, they're living up to that name.
Oh, without doubt, they absorbed all the punishment that Geelong dished out early, but they gave some back themselves, and 21 scoring shots to 9. Tells the story.
Well, the game should really have been all over at that stage, but a bit of Ablett magic in that second quarter, and really Geelong, to their credit, there's Jason Dunstall on screen, but to their credit, they started to come back at them, Ross, but then those class players of Hawthorn, when the pressure comes on, they're able to chip in, and even some of the lesser names really come in and play that great team style of play that they've developed over a number of years.
Hawthorn did steady, Ross, but have they missed John Platten?
I think they have. We're hoping he might come back on the ground, but he doesn't look too good. And the player that actually, I thought, ignited Geelong was Buse, who was Platten's opponent. So I think it might be vital that he comes back on if he can.
Can you see any changes Malcolm Blight would make briefly?
No, I think they have to do something about Gary Ayres down his end of the ground. He's without an opponent at various stages, and he's too good a player to leave on his own.
All right, gentlemen, we shall take a break and return to the MCG in just a moment.
Thought any more about the new car?
Have a look at the price of this.
Well?
Well, it's got to be big enough.
And safe, and reliable, and economical, I know. We're talking about the new Holden Apollo, right?
Yeah, well, I did go and look at it. 2 litre, twin cam, heaps of room.
And it's a Holden.
Yeah, it's right on the money.
This man is using Selly's all-clear sealant. See? Completely clear. So instead of needing different sealants for different surfaces, all clear can do the lot, even if they're wet, which can be very handy if your home sees a lot of water.
Prepare to dive!
Selly's all clear, the most versatile sealant ever to surface.
There are over
100 different specialist careers in the Army, and you could have one of them. Army, it'll bring out your best.
See you later.
Let's have a Coke. Can you tell us where the waves are?
Hey, 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 you can't stop it. You can't stop it. You can't stop it. You can't stop it. Feeling you get when you find the real thing. You can't beat it. You can't beat the feeling. You can't beat the feeling.
When it comes to road holding, in any conditions, wet or dry, nothing equals new Dunlop Monza. And when we say road holding, we mean road holding. Stick with Dunlop, the world's best road holding tires.
In the Sunday Herald this Sunday, a special report, Children and Drugs. How can you tell if your child's a user? What can you do about it? The Sunday Herald tells you.
Sunday, Sunday, Sunday.
In the Colour magazine, a revealing look at a girl's closest support for the past 100 years, the bra. Olympic gold medalist Debbie Flintoff-King talks about her latest venture into stunning lingerie design. And you could win this classic MGB.
Perfect Sunday with the Sunday Herald.
In our quest to host the 1996 Olympic Games, the Melbourne Olympic Bid Committee, the VFL and CUB invite all Australians to share the excitement created by the spirit of the Olympics.
When we heed a certain call, when the world must come together as one. There are people trying, oh, when it's time to lend a hand to life, the greatest gift of all. We can't go on pretending day by day. All we need. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones who make a brighter day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we make a better day. Just you and me. We are the world. We are the children.
track recording. I have struggled on in silence. I am ready to depart.
I'm not a saint, I'm not a martyr. It's not money that I'm after. It's a dream of doing something great. The chance to make a mark. You're not alone. 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 Stand beside you. You're not alone. We'll see you through. You're not alone. We believe. You're not alone. Ooh, yes,
Now, Australia, show your support for the Olympics for Melbourne in 1996 by waving your flag.
When we heed a certain call, when the world must come together as one. There are people trying, oh, when it's time to lend a hand to love, the greatest gift of all. We can't go on pretending day by day. A brand new show. Walk this way. Listen to what I say. You got your car home and you change your mind. You'd like another car, but you've already signed. Well, these are radical guys, and to prove that's true, then 5 days are by and they'll exchange it for you. Let's dance. The best used car, only one place together. Listen, Best Buys, no one helps you better. Walk this way.
Painting a vase of flowers isn't all that difficult, but some do it considerably better than others. It's the same with insurance companies. MMI Insurance. When you appreciate quality, you'll appreciate the difference.
Get into it. Get into it. Get onto it. Get into it.
Be on the ball. Get behind your team and wear the official licensed VFL supporters gear. The complete range is now available at your game. Get into your team colours at the game shop and show your true colours. Look for the game shop marquee at your game and get right into it.
Up and at 'em, let me at 'em. Up and at 'em, get up and grab 'em. Fighter Brits, up and at 'em. Mighty Brits, let me at 'em. Fighter Brits, up and at 'em. Mighty Brits, get up and grab 'em. What keeps 'em going? I'll give you one guess. VIGABRITS. Up and at 'em, up and at 'em. Let me at 'em, let me at 'em. Up and at 'em, up and at 'em. Get up and grab 'em. Fighter Brits, Fighter Brits. Up and at 'em.
What's the matter, mate? That table's broke. Leave it to me. They thought they'd be stuck there all day.
Nissan Patrol, with Nissan's exclusive 2-year warranty. The best 4-wheel drive down under.
It's unbelievable.
That's my car.
And after that magnificent Olympic story in Melbourne's bid for the 1996 Games, welcome back to Melbourne and the scene at the MCG of the 1989 VFL Grand Final. Hawthorn lead, and Geelong have only marginally closed the gap from 40 points to 37 at half-time. Both sides are back out on the ground. Here once again is Dennis Cometti. Yes, thanks, Sandy. 12 of 9 is 7-2. Gary Ablett has 4 goals for the Cats so far in a trailing cause as we take a look at some individual player stats.
Well, one of the leading possession gatherers on the ground is Darren Pritchard. Very, very quick and very effective.
Well, for Geelong, Bruce Linder had a better second quarter, as you can see there, but bad mistake at the centre-half forward position allowed Hawthorn in, but nonetheless, he's picked up a lot of possessions.
And Peter Curran, one of the unsung heroes at Hawthorn, always gets plenty of kicks. He's kicked 2 goals as well.
And Andrew Buse found himself looking for spaces to go in the second quarter, but nonetheless, he's had the job on Platten. Platten gone off, now he's got it on Pritchard.
And one of Jason Dunstall's greatest assets, I feel, is his tackling. Those 2 tackles that he laid on were fantastic.
And Gary Ablett has recovered from that heavy knock he received from Gary Ayres, but they were 2 magnificent goals he kicked in that second quarter.
Let's go down to Michael and Bernie. In fact, not time. The start of the second half, 12-9 is 7-2. Can the Cats come back? We're about to find out. Dipia Domenico, tackled by Hocking, manages the kick. It went about 10 metres. Off the ground, eventually forward by Condon towards half forward. Ball free. Lidner played pretty well this afternoon. Comes away from half back and boots towards half forward. This is Ayres quickly onto the boot, back towards midfield. Geelong have got the numbers. Hocking in deep trouble. Great tackle by Tuck. Ball was jarred free off the ground by Ayres. It comes out towards the wing. At close quarters, Morrissey got it across towards Ayres. Well done by Boss. He beat 2 of them. Kicks it about 25 metres. Tuck over the top, fisting. Malakillis was pushed in the back, and he'll get the free kick on centre wing.
And Pritchard not too good in the centre of the ground after that first bounce down. Got collected.
Malakillis kicks the ball towards half forward. Nearly a Geelong mark to Couch. Kick off the ground attempted by Deere. Picked up by Tuck and kicks Hawthorn towards centre-half forward. Hawthorn have the numbers when the ball hits the ground. It's Whitman's magnificent handball to Buckenara and to Morrissey. Morrissey to an open goal. A bad kick by the Hawthorn half-forward ruck rover, and he misses to the right.
No sign of Platten on the bench either, Ian.
And also Ayres, a loose man in defence, although he's now being picked up by David Cameron.
Johnny Platten, who suffered a very heavy knock in the first quarter. Still off the ground, as Dennis said. Tim Darcy kicks it in towards half-back. Great mark to Yates. He plays on quickly. Hand pass to Boss. The Cats up towards half-forward. Mew at the back. Better judgment than Stoneham. And Chris Mew takes the mark for Hawthorn. He plays on quickly and kicks it wide to Langford on centre wing. Langford looking to play on, slipping and sliding. Now regains his composure and kicks Hawthorn up towards their half-forward line. The ball over the back. Yates is the first to recover. He shrugs the tackle pretty well, Mark Yates, and runs away from half-back. Kicks it in towards the centre of the ground. Stoneham takes the mark. Geelong have started a little better in this second half. They trail badly and they need to kick a lot of goals in this third quarter. The ball comes out the back. Ayres nearly tackled by Scott. Scott's been a quiet player. Ayres' kick is wide over the boundary line on the full. The free kick to Geelong in that forward pocket.
Well, he did it well initially, Ayres, but then straight over the boundary line for an experienced player, an unforgivable mistake.
Cameron has the ball. Very tight, but a real chance to give the Cats some impetus at the start of the third term. Usually a goal scorer of some note is David Cameron. So let's see what he can do with this one. Stabs at it and misses badly. Kicks it behind.
7-3 to 12-10, the early going in the second half. The MCG, Gary Ayres to bring the ball in.
Hawthorn playing the huddle, they've broken.
Good kick. McGuinness. Was it Condon? It was Condon. This is Langford on centre wing. Wastes the ball. Ross takes the mark. Ross forward of right half back. No one standing the mark. Plays on and kicks towards half. Well, we've got a 50 now.
Technical, Don, that 50 metres?
I couldn't see what it was for, Ian.
Dipper ran across the mark, I thought.
Well, if he ran across the mark, that's definitely 50.
No one was standing the mark. This is Boss. Goes in short. The mark is
that's
taken
50?
by Flanagan.
That's got to be 50 metres, surely.
Not forthcoming.
Well, what a great mark by Flanagan. If you've ever been in that position, you're waiting for the ball to come to you. It seems to take an eternity because the defenders are bearing down. It was Langford on that occasion, bearing down on Flanagan.
They need this one. Flanagan from 40 metres out. Hits the post. The fates are cruel.
Well, if ever they needed some luck, it was there. As I said, we've started this third quarter fairly well. Again, Hawthorn breaking to the outer side. Ayres kicks it. It's a 2-on-1 situation. Langford can't mark. Condon does a good shepherding job. Couch can't quite control the ball. Great play, Hughes, but he's well tackled by Condon, and that's where Geelong are falling down. Free kick has been picked out of it. It's going to Hawthorn, and it'll be taken by Whitman.
Hughes looks as if he's playing on the back line now, not roving as he was earlier in the game.
Whitman's kick towards half forward. High flyers were Yates and Lindner. The ball comes free to Pritchard. Chance now for Lindner. Just gets his left foot to the ball. 2-on-1 again. Hawthorn outnumbering. Mew comes away with the ball. Mew's kick towards half forward drops in short, and Pritchard takes the mark at centre half forward. He plays on quickly, transfers play to Condon. Condon's hand pass over the top, Hospital stuff to Kennedy. Kennedy gets away, but the Cats will get out of trouble. Hamilton's quick kick. It's to the advantage of the Cats because a player out here on his own is Bairstow. Hasn't had many touches, but this could be important. Bairstow's kick towards half forward. Ablett runs onto the ball and crashes into Collins. Langford's there, and Ablett gives away the free kick to Andrew Collins. A little unfortunate for the Cats.
Collins out of the back pocket. Centering kick. Oh, well done by Brownless.
Coming back, Dennis.
It's coming back. Well, that's bad luck for the Cats. Brownless showed a lot of courage, running with the flight of the ball.
And also a lot of anticipation, but what he has done was jump onto Pritchard's foot, and again, Pritchard not too good.
Meantime, plenty happening in this term so far. Collins towards centre wing. The target is Brereton. Hocking fisting away. Slapped out of bounds by Bairstow. So we've got a throw in. Mark Bairstow. Only 6 possessions so far this afternoon. 5 kicks, 1 hand pass. 82 plays 46. Just under 20 minutes remaining in this third term. Geelong need to move and move quickly. This is Gary Hocking, freed by the tribunal to play in this game earlier in the week. In fact, they never got that far. And Ablett on the end of that kick.
He is a magnificent mark of the ball, especially when it's high in the air as it was then. Just look at this man's balance.
Gary Ablett. He's kicked 4 so far. Marvellous lone hand on the forward line. Kicks, and the margin is back to 30 points.
A Holden. Since when have you been driving a Holden?
Since I made this one. You've been gone a while, son.
So, what's under the bonnet?
Big V6 with 4-speed auto.
You, a V6? I love it. What did I say?
It doesn't matter, son. Good to have you home.
So the Hawks lead by 30 points. Cats mounting some sort of a challenge. Flanagan doing well in the ruck contest. Couch, can he break the tackle? He just gets his left foot to the ball. No one home. Ayres drops a sitter. Unbelievable stuff. The Cats, can they gather the ball? No, it slips through the hands. Now they've got it at centre half forward. But Collins' desperation. Scott bumps him off the ball. Scott goes after it again. He has the football. The hand pass. Intercepted by Ayres. Ayres close to the boundary line. And the Hawks are out of trouble. The kick comes up towards centre wing. Morrissey close to the football. 4-on-1 now. Geelong must get possession here. Lindner's hand pass is sloppy. Hocking nearly falls over. They're running around in circles, the Cats. Hocking's kicking towards the centre. A Geelong mark. No, Malakalis drops it. They're still outnumbering in that centre circle area. Bairstow sweeping hand pass out the back. Hughes, a left foot kick by Andrew Hughes. Up towards the goal square. Ablett is blocked off it beautifully by Langford. Langford's kick from mid-air goes back towards centre half forward. Stoneham fumbles. There's a lot of fumbling going on. Bairstow's beautifully tackled, but it's too high, says the umpire, and I couldn't see it.
Yes, I agree with the umpire on that occasion, but what the umpire's got to watch out there is when the ball has left the vicinity, players are running in and collecting players well off the ball. And it's dangerous stuff.
Well, there was the right arm over Bairstow's shoulder on the replay. So Mark Bairstow has the free kick. He'll have to kick from about 40 metres. Directly in front. A very important kick for the Cats. Bairstow, low trajectory, very straight.
A true story of mateship, courage and love. The fall of an empire and the birth of a legend. The Australian film masterpiece, The Light Horseman, Sunday.
Next on Hinch.
Sex before sport. Does it help or hinder our top athletes?
No, I really can't sort of say it helps or it doesn't help because I've never tried it before a game.
I've always believed, probably superstitiously, that the day of the game it's bad luck.
I miss out a lot of the time.
Top performers on and off the field. Next on Hinch.
Geelong keep coming back. The next goal vital. Lindner, who's played a wonderful game, in trouble. Pritchard's got the ball, grabbed immediately by Stoneham. There's the time remaining, and we've got a bounce alongside the centre circle.
And Lindner's a loose man coming off the back line for Geelong. Ayres is a loose man for Hawthorn in their back line.
Dia wins it down, taken by Tuck. He's slung. They battle after the ball. Bairstow over the top of it. And get another ball up. So it's back to 24 points now. It was 40 at quarter time, 37 at half time. And the Cats are clawing their way, inch by inch. Back at the Hawks. Flanagan wins it down decisively. Malakillis, the kick towards half forward. It was touched. Offhand, it spills wide. Brilliant pick up by Hamilton to Couch. He'll go close from 45 metres. It's long. It's loose away to the right. And the mark is taken down there by Brownless. Soaring over the top of the pack.
What spectacular stuff that was. Ablett went up for the first one. And you thought it was all over. Then all of a sudden, late on the scene, Brownless.
Bill Brownless alongside the behind post in the left full forward pocket. Runs around, kicks, and misses. Minor score. Just over 16 minutes remaining. Third quarter. Geelong 9-5. Trail Hawthorn 12-10.
And Flanagan doing well in the ruck. He's instigating a lot of play for Geelong, beating gear at the stage.
Interesting piece of history as Ayres goes in short and finds Langford. Hawthorn have never beaten Geelong in a final round match. The ball on the outer side wing. Whitman leads back in the race. Awkward bounce. Bairstow wasn't watching the ball. Grabbed by Hughes. Scrambles a kick back towards half forward. Gary Hocking's got it in the grass. Goes to ground. Surely that was holding the ball. No free. Hughes over the ball now. Grabbed by Whitman. Gets the hand pass away. Hocking's got it on the outer side wing. Releases Couch. Couch running towards half forward. Kicks down towards the pocket. Offhands. Crashing in there was Stoneham. He controls it well at half forward. Stoneham, the centering kick. It's intended for Malakillis. He's taken the mark. Down went Domenico off the ball. Malakillis short to Scott.
Great play by Geelong, and I think the crowd can sense something here.
Gee, you're not a safe man when you're nowhere near the ball there. Taking your eye off the ball and the opportunity presents itself, they'll clean you up there. Players on both sides.
Tremendous character being shown by Geelong. They trailed 8-4 to 2 goals. At quarter time, that's 40 points. And now a chance to get within 3 goals of Hawthorn, and Scott misses. A bad miss by Robert Scott.
It's his second kick for the game. He's got to lift Robert Scott.
22 points the margin. It could easily have been 17. Mew has the ball. No one really to kick it to. Yes, there is. Langford on his own at centre-half back. Unbelievable stuff by the Geelong forwards. Langford.
That's Ablett's man too, Ian.
Now he kicks the ball towards centre-half forward. A high drop punt kick. The ball goes through the back. Hocking gets the hand pass out to Hughes. Hughes backs himself. I don't know why, neither does Don Scott. Kick off the ground by Pritchard, or from mid-air. Goes up towards Dunstall in the forward pocket. But he can't reach it. And Don, what have you got to say about Andrew Hughes?
I don't know. You'd be tearing your hair out, wouldn't you? He's not doing the instinctive thing. He thinks he can run around. You can't do it in a final. Just get it on your boot and put it down the ground to the advantage of your teammates.
And still in the third term, he continues to do so.
The Hawks lead by 22 points. Runs, who's been quiet, scrambles a kick forward. Buckenara just inside 50. Goes long down towards full forward. He's astray and through for a minor score. Just over 13 and a half minutes remaining in this third quarter. Alan Jeans looks on, his 8th season at Hawthorn. Tim Darcy to kick in. One senses something's brewing at the MCG. There's the time remaining. Short to Hamilton from Darcy. Hamilton with time and space. Bounces once, kicks towards centre wing. Hocking from behind, a hand on the back of Kennedy, not seen. Hocking was held without it, no free kick. Gathered by Morrissey. Craig popped one from Dippy a minute ago. Who will be reported, I fancy.
He's reported. Well, it's been coming because Dippy Domenico's gone at 1 and 2. He went at that time at Hocking and he got caught. And Hocking not too good.
Gary Hocking sitting this one out at the moment.
Right, maybe Hawthorn just starting to square the ledger because Platten went off. Brereton was hurt earlier in the game.
Not the best time to square the ledger, as you can see. He found his mark.
But Dennis, if you're going to do it on centre wing because you're really not giving any advantage to the team.
Well, the ledger that counts is squared away at 5 o'clock. That's when they rule up the bottom line, and Geelong aren't spent yet. That hurt. Hocking towards half forward, kicks it straight out of bounds. So he's shaken up a little bit. And the kick will be taken by Condon. No, it goes back to Deer. Deer forward of left half back. Tough, spiteful at times, game of football. Deer long towards half forward from behind Brereton. Strong mark. Too far out to score. Dunstall goes on the lead to the pocket. That's the direction the kick takes. Hawthorn player down off the ball. Missed down there in the pocket. Anderson scrambles towards goal. What a massive goal.
It's been quite a night. We've had some fun. We must have danced with everyone. And now it's looking like that time of day. The footy's over. They've all gone. You didn't even see who won. And now it's looking like that time of day.
It's looking like that time of day, that 4 and 20 time of day. It's looking like that 4 and 20 time of day. Okay! It's looking like that 4 and 20 time of day.
29 points, the Hawks lead. Bairstow, a crude tackle. Advantage rule paid. The play goes on. It finishes with Condon. Condon, short pass into the pocket. Two Hawthorn players racing for the ball, Curran and Dunstall. But the bounce does not favour either one. So we'll have a boundary throw-in in the right forward pocket for Hawthorn. Very important 10 minutes now, or 12 minutes for Geelong. They must try and bridge that gap before three-quarter time. Up over the top, Morrissey. Brereton kicks across his body. Now a chance for Curran. Curran's kick. Oh, magnificent stuff.
Well, it all seems to be going Hawthorn's way. The ball bounced off a couple of hands before it finished up in Curran's. And he really didn't have a deliberate shot for goal. He put the ball high, hoping there was Morrissey over the back. A good smother there by Geelong. And a high ball from Curran. Things going Hawthorn's way.
Great kick by Curran. That's his third goal. And the Hawks go marching on.
Back in the middle then. Buckenara an opportunity. Gets the hand pass away. Pritchard. You get the feeling they've ridden out another storm. Pritchard, his second bounce, just outside 50. Goes long towards full forward. He's off target this time. And through it goes for a minor score. Well, just before half-time, Geelong were creeping back in at about the 20-minute mark. Hawthorn suddenly a barrage of goals. And again, Geelong just gaining momentum. And suddenly they've been stopped in their tracks by Hawthorn. A couple of wonderful goals. Anderson and Curran. Darcy goes to the outer side ever so slightly. Through the hands of Anderson. Lindner's away. Out wide to Bairstow. Bairstow through the centre square. Pinpoint accuracy. Hits Brownless on the chest. Brownless will kick from about 55 metres out. And distance, I'd say, won't be a problem. He can kick it a long way. And this one's no exception. That's a magnificent goal.
I don't smoke. It's the only way to stay ahead of the game.
Winners are winners. Quitters are ahead. Because when you quit, you're ready and fit to let your body do its best. Let your body do its best.
30 points, Hawthorn's lead. And we've got 10.5 minutes left in this third quarter. But it just appears as though they play catch-up football. The ball at centre-half back. Now Yates can't break away. Bruns tries to tap it to the advantage of his side. Couch can't get clear. Buckenara the tackler. The ball runs free. Collins gathers well. Kicks it wide towards the wing. Views drops what he should have taken. Chance now for Flanagan, and he bustles his way out. But Ayres is there to tidy up for Hawthorn. Ayres kick high in towards the forward pocket, and Dunstall takes the mark as Darcy.
That will be 50, should be 50 metres.
Well, you picked it, Don. That'll put the Geelong defender right on the goal line. And another crucial error.
That was bad luck for Flanagan on the outer side wing. He hand passed to a name, didn't he? He was called.
But then again, it was also a bad mistake by Andrew Hughes, again out on that edge of the square.
So Dunstall, who has kicked 2, surely will kick his 3rd, and he does so.
As soon as Geelong mount a challenge, it's always answered by Hawthorn. And Hawthorn are retaining their composure. Ayres drifting well up from the back line, sent the high ball, and it had to be a 50-metre penalty against Darcy. If anything, Flanagan should have gone straight down the ground with that hand pass. And Dunstall, not a problem. His 3rd goal. He kicked 6 goals last time he played. That was against Essendon. In actual fact, today he's kicked 3 goals, 3. And that's his yearly total to 137.
Scored 7 goals in last year's grand final, a winning effort against Melbourne. 10 minutes remaining in the 3rd quarter. Hawthorn out to a handy lead yet again, 102-66. Rucks go at it. Flanagan wins it down, and again. Kennedy put down by Hamilton. Malachelles has got the run of it. Sweeping hand pass to accommodate this man Cameron. He runs to 45. He goes long. It's home.
For over 3 decades, 7 Melbourne has brought the Times into our lives. At the dawn of the new decade, the commitment continues with Glenn Taylor, Jennifer Kite, and 7 nightly news.
So 30 points now. Hawthorn lead by. Still a scramble for possession in that centre circle area. Boss throwing himself on the football as Mark Boss. Dippy Domenico appealing for a free kick. Umpire will bounce once again.
Hawthorn are far quicker into that centre bounce down from the outside of the square than what Geelong are. Geelong are trotting in, Hawthorn are sprinting in.
Yes, the numbers are there, and the umpire bounces the ball. A big thump by Deer. Well, the bounce certainly favours Buckenara. It comes out the back to Bairstow. Bairstow's kick across his body. Dippy Domenico too tall for Bruns, and he takes the mark. He plays on quickly, kicks it in towards Dunstall. At the back, it's a punch away. Morrissey somehow finds some space, gets his foot to the ball, and goals.
Like the parting of the Red Sea.
And what unfortunate luck there, because the Geelong players did the right thing. You can see Tim Darcy in all sorts of trouble, and it was Mark Yates backing back. They were doing the right thing, Geelong. It takes a lot of courage to do what Yates did, but luck just did not go that way because Morrissey was the one sweeping onto the ball. Look at Yates backing into the pack. The pack fly, he's caught underneath. And the reason why it opened up is the fact that Geelong had 2 defenders down on the ground.
Back in the middle, Flanagan. Ball loose in that centre square. Scott's got the run of it. Great use of the body by Collins. He should get a free kick. He was held without it. The poise of Hawthorn showing now. Collins just carries centre with the kick, and the mark is taken by Dippy Domenico. Forward of left centre wing. Bruns has had a very quiet day. Just 5 kicks, no hand passes. He didn't make a hand pass last weekend. Dippy Domenico has shed his boot. Still gets it across to Mew. Mew under no pressure. Wobbles it down to about 30 metres out from goal, and Curran has taken the mark down there.
Good mark, Dennis. That ball was swinging in the breeze, and it was a terrific mark.
I don't think that Mark Yates is too good. They're going to make a change here, Geelong. Stoneham's going down to the back line. Actually, it's Darcy. Darcy's going to come off. Stoneham to full back.
Yes, it's coming off too.
And here's also going off for Hawthorn. Mannigan on. And then Schultz will come on for Geelong.
Here's Curran kicking at his 4th goal. It's a wayward kick. Misses by quite a margin.
There's not enough steps there by Peter Curran. I'm sure if he had a good look at the replay of that, he'd be very critical of himself. As Schultz comes onto the ground, Gary Ayres there on the interchange bench for Hawthorn. The kick in goes to the outer side. The good mark taken by Lindner. Gets the hand pass off to Couch. Couch coming into the play a little bit. The left foot kick by Couch towards half forward. Ablett can't mark. It's 2-on-1. Mew gets back quickly. Ablett attempts the tackle, but Mew's kick across his body back towards centre half forward. Great interception by Curran. He can't break away. Malakalis' handball is smothered. Hughes flips it back, but it's Kennedy who swoops on the loose ball. Buckenari to an open goal. Is this another Hawthorn goal? Yes, sirree.
From the makers of Flying High comes the most outrageous movie you'll ever see. Top Secret. It's a sinister plot to start World War III. And that's where the fun begins. The Nazis are cracking up. The resistance is blowing up. And no one's safe from being sent up. Will Omar Sharif escape the iron suits? Why is this cow wearing boots? If you love Flying High, you'll die laughing at Top Secret. Monday night on 7.
Are we headed to back-to-back premierships for Hawthorn? 17-13, 11-6. It's beginning to look that way. Back in the middle, Couch has other ideas. Left the ball behind, though. Off the ground by Pritchard towards half forward. Curran's got the run of it. He's been a very valuable forward. Gives it across to Buckenara. 52 metres out. He pulls it down towards the pocket. Brilliantly controlled on the half volley by Dunstall, who pulls it back. But Hocking's in front to take the mark. Stephen Hocking to Boss. Deep in defence. Finds Schultz on the outer side. He runs to left half back and kicks towards centre wing. In front coming up the ground is Stoneham. Couldn't hang on. He's going to get a free kick. Pushed in the back. Stoneham on the outer side wing. Once more, Geelong have fallen off the pace. Stoneham towards half forward. Ablett comes over the top. Couldn't hang on. And this is young Madigan coming away from half back. A surprise selection this week towards half forward. Boss bumps it forward. Lindner, probably Geelong's best player, in traffic. Hand pass comes to Buse. Buse gets around Lindner. Unloads into the forward line yet again. Kennedy in front. Ablett over the top. Oh, what a mark.
He is an amazing player, Gary Ablett. What an amazing mark. And there's Gary Ayres. Now, he's not too good if he's going up into the change rooms. John Platten is already there. So Hawthorn might be a case of the walking wounded. And here's Ablett, number 5. A number made famous by Polly Farmer at Geelong. It's worn by distinction by this man.
A record riding on this kick. Ablett shooting at his 6th. The most goals in a final series. He puts it through.
Yes, I suppose he and Darren Flanagan are the only shining lights for the Geelong side. He certainly has performed well. Not only the fact that he has kicked goals, as Dennis mentioned, that's his 6th and a record, and I think by memory he breaks a record set by Kevin Bartlett.
In 1980, Don, Kevin Bartlett held the record, which was 21 goals.
Or was it Ron Todd? Might have to go back through the history books, but it could have been Ron Todd.
Well, the ball's bounced back in the centre. Flanagan comes away and kicks it directly towards goal. Can the Geelong mark be taken up here? Ablett gathers the ball at ground level. Good interception by Collins. Great play by the Hawthorn back pocket player. And his short kick is effective. He finds Buckenara about 30 metres further afield. Gary Buckenara, 9 kicks and 6 hand passes. This kick is effective. He finds Deer just a little closer to the Hawthorn goal. Greg Deer goes to play on. The kick is wide. Yates over the top, punches the ball away from Curran. At the back, gathered by Boss. Up against the boundary line. He's pushed over by Brereton. And we'll have a boundary throw in at half forward for Hawthorn. Michael Roberts on the boundary line has a report on Gary Ayres.
Gary Ayres was taken straight up. He hobbled off stiff-legged. He's done his right thigh, and Tim Darcy has his knee in his right knee in ice.
Thanks, Michael. So it's an all-star medical room as far as the Hawks are concerned. They're great players injured today. We've got Platten and Ayres in the room. Brereton on the ground. He's pretty shaky out there too. Put down in the first 15 seconds by Mark Yates. Picked him off as he went to the centre square. Boundary throw in, forward of centre wing for the Cats. And a free kick in front to Flanagan, who's tried very hard for them this afternoon.
Actually doing very, very well since coming on a quarter time.
Kicks for open space. Tuck goes back with courage and takes the mark. Michael Tuck, 4th season as captain, swings it out wide. Mark is taken on the outer side by Langford. Closing him down is Ablett belatedly. 17-13 to 12-6. Just over 3 minutes remaining. 3rd quarter. Kick towards half forward. Over the top, Couch fists away. Opportunity forward for Cameron. He falls over. Madigan did well. Got it across to Condon. To Anderson. Anderson 35 metres out and closing. Is he accurate? Yes, he is.
The 7 Network presents one of the finest motion pictures ever made in Australia, The Light Horseman. 800 Aussie men against an empire. The British called it suicide, but this was to become Australia's finest hour. A true story of mateship, courage and love. The fall of an empire and the birth of a legend. John Blake, Peter Phelps, John Walton, Gary Sweet, Sigrid Thornton and Anthony Andrews in The Light Horseman, presented by Toyota Sunday.
Just under 3 minutes left in the 3rd quarter, and the Hawks holding a very, very handy lead. Bruns gets the football on centre wing. He punts Geelong into attack, up towards half forward. Stoneham can't mark. Mew first to recover. A kick across his body and chipping in as Bruns to take the mark between the wing and half forward. His hand pass goes off to Boss. Boss's left foot kick to full forward. Brownless can't mark. Ablett takes possession, kicks the ball across his body. Is it another goal? It's very close, no, just to the offside of the goalpost and through for a behind. Gary Ablett's
First behind. He's blotted his copybook.
Yes. Well, 6 goals won. I think we'll excuse him. His performance hasn't been all that bad. John Kennedy, a short kick in from full back. The sun shining brightly. Condon had to guard his eye to take that mark. Good tackle by Hamilton. And Condon's kick finds the safety of the boundary line, fortunately for the Hawks, on the 50-metre line.
How about Gary Ablett? 34-24 in his last 6 matches, Robert.
Terrific stuff by Gary Ablett. And he's playing a one-man band up there on the Geelong forward line. The boundary throw in now. Madigan streams through. Great play by the youngster. He backs himself and kicks Hawthorn into attack. Up towards half forward. Brereton can't mark. Closely contested by Yates, but Brereton somehow gets out the back door. Kicks it up into the forward pocket. The bounce goes through all players. Stephen Hocking first to recover. And he kicks it wide to the boundary line on the members' side. The bouncing ball a little too close to the line for Neville Bruns. We'll have a boundary throw in just outside 50 metres for Hawthorn, and one gets the feeling that the Hawks are coasting. Back-to-back premierships at stake here for Hawthorn. There's the scoreboard. 121 plays 79 in the dying seconds of the 3rd quarter. Anderson paddles the ball to himself. Hocking goes back. Good tackle by Dunstall. Somehow the ball comes out to Linder. The short pass, no mark to Bruns, but he plays on quickly at half-back. Neville Bruns kicks it across the centre. Flanagan goes after it and gathers the ball pretty well for a big fellow. The left foot kick, he was off balance, up towards Brownless. He overruns the football. Ablett swooping on it. Langford holds that man. There's a free kick being picked. No, throw it in, says the central umpire, and Gary Ablett. He perhaps thought it was okay because he doesn't look too disappointed. Half a minute left in the 3rd quarter, and the Hawks with a very, very handy lead. Flanagan doing the ruck work. Deere gets the tap out. The ball goes into that forward pocket. Mew will hurry it over the line in front of Stoneham, so we'll have another boundary throw in. Chris Mew, the Hawthorn centre halfback. Langford at fullback. Ayres off the ground. 3 very important players in the Hawthorn defence. Flanagan doing the ruck work. Deere. The ball comes down to Hamilton. Hamilton's left foot kick. It may even bounce through for a goal. It certainly is a goal. Right on the siren, Hamilton kicks Geelong's 13th goal, and at 3-quarter time, Hawthorn lead 18-13, 121, Geelong 13-7, 85.
That's it. Had enough. I understand you've worked all your life and you can't afford a holiday.
Where do you want to go?
Anywhere but here.
Okay, let's do it.
What with?
Read this.
We've got this much. We've got this much. How did we do this?
It's called savings, Dan. Remember savings comes before spending.
Bit of interest.
Every day of the year.
I can't take this. You saved it. It's your money.
No, it's our money, Stan.
For a minimum deposit of $50, a State Bank investment account allows you to watch your money grow while you earn high interest calculated daily, and your money's at call.
Seems a shame to spend it.
I'm sure you'll think of something.
State Bank investment account. We never forget. It's your money.
I didn't think you'd ever switch. Things change, don't they? If it was any bigger, it'd need more wheels. It'll do. That V6, got more grunt? Like chalk and cheese. What about Kate? She like it? She loves it.
If everything that could happen to your car happened at once, you'd understand why you need the complete car care system from Kitten, the car care specialist.
What has an enormous screen, a digitally enhanced picture with natural color, and a surround sound system featuring 6 powerful speakers. It's the Philips Super Screen with teletext. It makes watching TV a giant experience.
Ah! If it weren't for the yellow pages, I would never leg to stand on. It's amazing what you find.
If it wasn't for yellow pages, this one might have got away.
It's amazing what you find.
If it wasn't for yellow pages, my head would still be spinning.
It's amazing what you find. This book will open up your mind.
There's a whole world of information in Telecom Yellow Pages.
It's three-quarter time at the MCG and the margin is 36 points. Hawthorn leads 18-13, 121, Geelong 13-7, 85. The big question is, can the Cats come back in the final quarter? Time will only tell. Another feature on the Australian television network tomorrow is the great race from Mount Panorama. Let's take this preview from Gary Wilkinson.
Thank you, Sandy. Sensational day there at the MCG, and the same here at Mount Panorama at Bathurst for the shootout for Tooheys Top 10 to decide the top 10 grid positions for tomorrow's Tooheys 1000 motor race, the great race. You only get one shot at this. Andrew Bagnall had one shot. He blew it.
Looks very quick up here. Oh, it has hit the wall. Bagnall's gone in. He looked very quick as he crested the rise at Reed Park. I thought he's either got a bag full of grip or he hasn't. He didn't. As you can see, the spectators are really upset about it at the top part of the mountain. It's the first bit of action they've had. Little tentative there, got it loose. And that is bad luck indeed for Andrew Bagnall, New Zealander, in the Gulliver's Travel TV3 entry, Ford Sierra. Let's have a look at our Prima Holidays replay as he comes across, and it's a little loose there. It's not turning. And that's it, straight into the wall at the top of the mountain. It's certainly a nasty one. He was very, very quick over the rise, and I think it's just gone a little bit too quick. And I think this car was on race rubber. They weren't running a qualifier on the car. Just didn't have enough grip.
And who's the fastest gun in town? It's still Peter Brock. Let's take a look at the way they line up. Brock is on pole position with a sensational 2 minutes 15.80 in the Mobil 1 Sierra. Dick Johnson shares the front row of the grid in the Shell Sierra, 2:16.79. Second row of the grid, Tony Longhurst in the Benson & Hedges Sierra, and Klaus Niedzwitz in the first of the Alan Moffat ANZ Sierras. Brad Jones in the second and Mobil Commodore is next, followed by Andrew Mediki. Jim Richards, the lone Nissan, in the top 10. Then Glenn Seaton in the Peter Jackson Sierra. Alan Jones in the second Benson & Hedges car. And provided that Bagnall can get his car repaired in time, he'll take 10th spot on the grid. Otherwise, Larry Perkins in the first of the Holden Commodores will be elevated to 10th spot. Let's get back to the footy action now at the MCG.
What a great weekend of sport. Let's go down to Michael Roberts and Bernie Quinlan.
Alan Jean said, keep running, keep attacking and running off waves off the half-back line, and he looked fair in Greg Deer's ears and said they must get the ball out of the centre and the little fellas to do the rest. Bernie?
Yes, well, Malcolm Blight spoke fairly quietly to the Geelong players. Just get it down to the forward line quickly, give Gary Ablett and Billy Brownless a chance to kick goals that'll put them in front.
Heard but not seen. Set for the final term of the grand final. Hawthorn 18-13, Geelong 13-7. Everything to play for. Back-to-back pennants beckon for the Hawks as Deer gets it down. Buckenara kicks towards half forward. Fisted away down there by Hocking. Leading in the race his brother. That was Steve down to Gary. Gary's over the ball, shovels it out. We've got a whistle and the ball up.
What Geelong are doing are running David Cameron off the back end of the square, leaving Greg Madigan by himself in the Hawthorn forward back line.
Here's the bounce then. Bairstow, was he taken high? No free kick. Malakelis has got the run of it. Buckenara stood his ground brilliantly. Feeds Anderson, who goes down towards the pocket. Dunstall on the lead.
Too quick for Schultz.
So Dunstall will kick at goal from about 40 metres out. 3 so far this afternoon. Not an easy kick. He gets this. Grand final should be all over. He's missed. He slides it across the face. Curran the leaper. Couldn't hang on. The ball spills out of bounds and will be thrown in. Tuck's got a problem. They're calling for tape. Perhaps a dislocation. Boundary throw in. Curran, who's done well in that area, flicks it behind the pack. Whitman towards full forward. Dunstall couldn't hang on. This is Hughes. He runs it out. Hughes comes up towards half-back. Sweeping hand pass. Linder in trouble. Gives it away. Taken by Kennedy. Fast rebound opportunity. Anderson. He runs to 40. He measures the kick and he misses to the right-hand side.
Well, the ball was pretty hot then when Linder had it. He really didn't look around and it was bad hand pass. And there's Ayres and also Platten on the bench there, the injured.
Kick in by Yates finds Gary Hocking. Gary Hocking, who's been pretty quiet, left foot kick wide, looking out here for Flanagan, and he takes the mark at half back for the Cats. Geelong need to get a bit of a roll on. Flanagan's kick on centre wing, and a good mark taken by Stoneham in front of Mew. Barry Stoneham, centre wing, member side. The drop punt kick up towards half forward. Who's home here for Geelong? Linder flies from the back, can't take the mark. Couch knocks it on, but there's a free kick being picked out of it. And it looks like it's going to the Brownlow medalist, Paul Couch. Outside 50 metres. A little too far out to score, I would suggest, but if he can kick it up into the goal square, Ablett at the back, asking for the ball to be delivered high. It's there, Ablett can't mark. Langford can. A solid performance by the Hawthorn defender.
It's a great positioning then by Langford. Great positioning.
Langford now. Kicks after only 2 steps. It slews off the side of his boot, and Bairstow marks at centre half forward for Geelong. Move the ball quickly, Cats. No time to waste. Nothing left for the losers. The kick in towards the goal square. It's punched away by the Hawthorn defender, Langford, and through for a rush behind to Geelong.
And Schultz going off. Or is that? No, it's Mark Yates. Yates, who's in a little bit of trouble in the third quarter. He's off now. Darcy's come back on there. He was injured and he's picking up Brereton.
He's also injured. There's Langford. Member side with a kick. Madigan over the top. Juggled attempt at the mark, not paid. Quick hand pass comes across from Malakelis to Hughes, who goes goalward and misses to the near side. Well, Geelong have outscored Hawthorn in the last 2 quarters, only marginally. That contest we were talking about. In the first quarter, of course, the Hawks set it up 8-4 to 2 goals. The margin then was 40 points. Running repairs, Michael Tuck. Half-time 37 points, 3-quarter time 36. They've got closer still, but just with minor scores. The kick in. Wide of the congestion. Madigan, awkward bounce, played it superbly. Got it down to Collins, who scrambles it towards centre wing. Morrissey's over the ball. Well played. Great finesse. Morrissey breaks away. Boots it down towards half forward. Brereton, his aching bones, couldn't quite get there. Darcy will be aching some more. Great tackle by Dippy Domenico. Brereton tries to give it back to him. And Darcy, with assistance there, runs the ball across the boundary line.
John, passage of play then, wasn't it?
They're going to look at this replay and learn that the pressure just goes up a little bit in grand finals, doesn't it?
It's an understatement, Ian.
Boundary throw in, half forward flank for Hawthorn. Brereton takes it out of the air. Steve Hocking, Malachellis. Left foot kick by Malachellis is okay. On the end of it is Flanagan. He's wide of centre. If he can kick it further wide, he kicks it towards centre half forward. Bruns is at the back, looking for the bouncing ball. Ablett, outside 50 metres, flips it to Scott. Here's Bruns in the picture now. Into an open goal goes Bruns. And as he put it through, yes, it's all clear.
Gotta get a holding over, 'cause it goes real quick. Gotta get a holding over, never look so slick. Gotta get a holding over, the car I love. It's got a twin cam donk, and all the stuff you want. Gotta get a holding over, it's the car you love.
Is back to 29 points. They will not lie down as Flanagan, who's done superbly, got it down. Hughes couldn't control it. Morrissey got the kick away. Or was it Whitman? It was Whitman. Morrissey gets the hand pass to Pritchard, who goes in short. This is Buckenara, and Buckenara gets the quick reply.
4 goals, Gary Buckenara.
And that's confidence, the way they played that. What a cheeky little chip pass it was from Darren Pritchard. It barely covered 10 metres. And Buckenara had his back to goal. But that's the way Hawthorn play. They're just supremely confident. Watch this, a good hand pass. And the way that Pritchard got it across to Buckenara, confident football.
And Gary Buckenara, he is so dependable when it comes to scoring goals. The bounce back in the centre. Flanagan, Malachellis gets the ball out. Scott running up towards centre half forward. Robert Scott goes bang with a drop punt kick. It's wide. Oh, and a great mark taken by McGuinness, crashing into the behind post. And let's hope he's okay. Scott McGuinness. A lot of doubt over whether he'd take his place in the side. He's picked himself up.
I feel for him. And here it is again. And he's been propped up by the boundary fence at the moment. You can see there. Doctor.
Tough young man by the look of it, Don.
Running out of players, aren't they?
He recovers to take his kick. Half-back flank. And a great mark taken by Hughes just inside 50 metres. So you mentioned, Dennis, at Geelong, they just won't lie down. They are certainly making a game of it, but they are playing catch-up football. Hughes from the 50-metre line. The drop punt kick. Drops into the square. Marking contest. Ablett can't take it. Hamilton will kick a goal. No, it slews off the side of his boot and through for a behind. Just a little off balance there, Shane Hamilton, and he kicks Geelong's 10th behind.
They've got to take those half chances. Just over 19 minutes remaining. Langford in the bright sunshine. Comes Mendes' side. At the top, Collins. This is Bairstow waiting behind a quiet day. Pulls it back across his body. Malachellis camped underneath it. Goes back with great courage. Within scoring range.
Good mark, Dennis, wasn't it?
Yep. Very gutsy.
See some tremendous displays of courage today, and that was, you know, that equals anything that was being shown today. That was terrific.
Question of accuracy here. He'll kick from about 35 metres out. It's bending too much. Minor score. Cats creep closer. 33 points, the margin.
And the time ticks away.
Hawthorn, one of the great sides of all time, so spare a thought for the Cats today. They've tried very, very hard. They stood them up as start. Since then, it's been very even. Bruns on the outer side, takes the mark. There's the time remaining. Bruns, only 9 possessions so far. Centering kick, Flanagan marks. Getting plenty of target practice at the moment, the Cats. There's a long way out.
He could kick this, Flanagan.
He is a good kick. He's been one of their better players today. He kicks from 52 metres. Oh, it's going long. It's a goal.
I wish I could pick winners at the races like that.
Well, Darren Flanagan's had the better of Greg Deere. Now, Greg Deere had the better of Simon Madden because of his mobility last time he played, but In football, you're really only as good as your last game, and in a final, an ordinary player can really lift himself, and Flanagan has done that since coming off interchange bench, showing great mobility around the ground, but more importantly, he's getting hit-outs in the centre.
Geelong get the ball out of the centre again. It's up towards half-forward, and a great mark, nearly taken by Madigan. Pushed off the ball, Kennedy. Stoneham gets it out to Malakalis. The short chip is effective. And the mark is taken by Gary Ablett.
And there was Stoneham there. He's the workhorse at centre-half forward. He's had a very quiet day, Stoneham, by his standards that he's set this year. He's been an outstanding centre-half forward, but it was him who got the ball out initially, and it's finished with Gary Ablett.
Curran's limping at the other end of the ground.
And Geelong looked reasonably well, apart from Darcy. Question mark on him. Ablett goes for goal number 7, and he pings it.
Where do millions of jets, helicopters, planes, trains and trucks go when they're low on fuel? The same place you do. BP. BP on the move.
A disturbance in the crowd. Back to 21 points now. Dia slaps it down towards half-forward. Hughes does nicely. Hawthorn have players down with cramp now. Condon is down. Meantime, the ball on the forward line. What a magnificent mark by Langford. He had the judgment. It's all happening. That's half a streaker. There's Anderson. Out towards centre wing. The Hawks looking a little bit tired now. Over the top it comes. Pritchard. Have they got the poise to subdue one more challenge? At half forward, fisted away by Darcy. Boss has got it. Scrambles it high. Couch will come. Fisted away by Condon there. Hughes did well. Couch confronted and runs away. No great tackle. Whitman ran him down. Curran's got it. Kicks to about 20 metres out. Dunstall. Great use of the body. Has taken this mark. And maybe now they can quell this uprising.
Gee, they've made some mistakes, Geelong. Couch on that occasion then.
Yes, they're running into wrong positions, aren't they, Don?
They're just trying to do too much. I think it's a home and away game.
Dunstall has kicked 3. Make that 4.
Well, a lot of Hawthorn's goals have come through Geelong mistakes, and that one came through a Geelong mistake. Why they try and run around and get themselves out of trouble on a half-back line in a pressure game. You can only do the instinctive thing, but Geelong are not doing it. Perhaps their instinct is all wrong. But a great goal by Dunstall.
Yes, they've just had too many options up forward. Hawthorn, Curran has kicked, Peter Curran has kicked 3, Berrett has kicked 3, Dunstall 4, Buckenara 4 and Anderson 3. And they've really shared it around the Hawks. Of course, Jason Dunstall, the leading goal scorer in the competition this year. Couch takes it out, gets the hand pass to Bairstow. Here come the Cats again, up towards half-forward. Nearly the gather by Ablett. The ball out the back to Collins. He tries to flip it out, and he gets it to Madigan. Madigan, fumbling was Mew. Scott, opportunity for Whitman. Here's Ablett swooping on the football. Well tackled by the brother-in-law Tuck. The kick goes into the pocket. Hamilton close to the boundary line. Can he keep it in? He's one out. He flips it out the back. Close to the line again. Divya Domenico gets the hand pass back. Collins clears for Hawthorn. Back in towards the centre. The mark is taken by Flanagan. Geelong still got their foot on the pedal. They're motoring home. Flanagan's kicked to half forward. The mark is taken by Stoneham. And he's right on the 50-metre line. Can he kick the distance?
Well, at this stage of the game, I've got my doubts. Early in the game, I think he'd make the distance.
You're not much of a gambler, are you, Don?
Not at this stage, Ian.
Well, I'll have a go. I'll say he'll kick it. Barry Stoneham, a tremendous player. Been a little quiet. Centre half forward for the state side earlier in the season. Stoneham gets under it a little bit. The drop punt kick gets the distance and the accuracy.
To the international track at Mount Panorama, they come from all over the globe. The world's hottest road warriors. The world's fastest production cars. for the year's biggest live sporting event. 350 million people in Australia, the US, Europe and Asia will catch the action from 31 cameras and 8 race cam units, travelling at a heart-stopping 260 Ks. The Tui's 1000, the biggest live sporting spectacular of the year, only on the 7 Network.
An outstanding grand final. We're back to 21 points again as the Cats simply keep on coming. Flanagan, Mew, the hurry kick, plenty of time remaining. Brereton's in front, Darcy over the top. Boss has got it now, puts it back towards centre wing. Deere is tired, fists away. Dippy and Domenico on the outer side. Out of the traffic, hooks it towards centre half forward. Hawthorn have got the numbers. Boss flew over the top. Morrissey breaks away. Morrissey runs to 35. Left foot's towards goal. And he's missed.
Actually, he was pushed onto that by that bump by Bairstow. Morrissey. Maybe Bairstow should have retained him by a tackle.
1:13. Beautiful day. Ideal conditions. Ball on the outer side. Winner's over it. Shovels it up. Buckenara goes to ground looking for a free kick off the ground there by Darcy. The whistle's gone. Buckenara's free. Bit lucky.
His contribution has been valuable. 4 goals.
Wonderful play. Down towards the pocket he goes. Dippy and Domenico. Could have got 50 perhaps had he been collected. He plays on. Kicks towards goal. The kicks are behind. Don't know what Linda was thinking about there.
Stupid play, Dennis.
Yeah.
Hawk supporters looking a bit anxious there, Dennis.
Yes, emotions running high. Schulz kicks in. Members side. Cameron in front. Takes the mark. Good mark, that one.
Yes, Cameron at half-back. And they must move it quickly. They just can't slow down. Cameron called to play on by the umpire. Kick up towards half-forward. Stoneham's bumped off it by Mew. And Mew kicks the Hawks back towards centre half-forward. It's a Hawthorn mark. No, play on. Curran has the football. Can't really do much with it. Morrissey can't do much with it. David Cameron again. Kicks the ball wide. There are 2 Geelong players out there. They've got 10 metres between them. Now Hughes gathers it between half-back and centre wing. The kick towards Hamilton. Hamilton gathers the ball well. Kicks it around the corner towards half-forward. Ablett and Langford. Malacallis. Umpire calls play on. Malacallis on the boundary line. Runs over the line. Did he keep the ball in? Yes. The kick back towards half-forward. Punched away by Langford. Tapped on by Deere. Pritchard dispossessed unfairly by Flanagan. And Pritchard will take the free kick at half-back for Hawthorn.
I know that was accidental. Nonetheless, the umpire deemed it too high.
Darren Pritchard, 21st possession. Kicks the ball high towards centre wing. A big punch from behind by Lindner. The ball goes back towards half-forward. The bouncing ball a little awkward for Tuck. And he puts his body in a great position and he's rewarded with a free kick. So Michael Tuck, will he be the man to hold the Premiership Cup aloft at approximately 10 minutes past 5? Michael Tuck's kick towards half-forward. No mark taken. Good punch away. Condon. Well tackled by Bruns. Buckenara's there again. He's tackled by Darcy. The ball comes free. Curran gets it back to Brereton. Brereton's hand pass arrogantly to Deere. Condon should have been tackled by Cameron. Condon rides the bump. The ball comes to Gary Hockey. He gets the hand pass wide. Opportunity for Flanagan. Hand pass to Couch. Couch on the left foot. Kicks the Cats up towards centre half forward. It's 1-on-2. Stoneham can't mark. John Kennedy takes the ball away. It's action aplenty. Buckenara's kick towards half forward. Deere can't do much. The free kick is down the ground because Buckenara had been interfered with after he kicked the ball, and Hawthorn go on with it. Up towards full forward. Punch away by Schultz is over the line, and we'll have a boundary throw in about 30 metres around from the Hawthorn goal. We've got 10.5 minutes left in this grand final.
Throw in. Curran behind the pack, taken by Boss. He's playing. Down goes Curran. Tries to kick it forward. Across it comes to Bairstow from Hockey. He's still running with the ball. Well played. Spills come across to Lindner. Lindner breaks away from half-back. A second bounce carries into centre wing. Well shepherded. Goes long down towards the pocket. Ablett is there. Almost the one-hander. Finds it on the ground. From 25 metres out, he kicked it. His 8th goal.
You've been waiting for. It's a great way
just a tick over 10 minutes remaining. The attendance today, 94,796 as Flanagan wins it down. Dia boots his side towards half forward. Stephen Hawking goes off the ground. Geelong appear to have the run. Couchful's tackled. Gary Hawking flicks it out wide. Bosch has got the run. He storms across centre wing. He fires it to half forward. The miracle worker is down there. Ablett carried under the ball. Hamilton behind. 40 metres out. Open goal. It's home. Another one.
Well, what an amazing effort. We said through the commentary they won't lie down. This is the best grand final I've seen for a number of years. Can they maintain the momentum? It's just not, or can't make the mistakes that they were making earlier. And Hamilton, who came off interchange, his second goal. And now Geelong seem to have got the run on. And Hawthorn, can they hang on? They've got a lot of injured players. They've got nobody to replace them on interchange with.
Oh, what a finish, Don. And tremendous character shown by the Cats. They trail by 11 points. Can they get the ball out of the centre? Flanagan. They've smothered it in there again. Buckenara. The ball's still there for grabs. Couch can't break away, and the umpire will call for another bounce.
Let's hope the umpires aid the game by not becoming technical with their decisions.
9 minutes left. 2 goals the difference. Linder on his own on that outer wing. Can they gather the ball? Malakalis. Brung smothered. Kick off the ground by Dicky Domenico. The Hawks have the numbers on this member's wing. Buckenara over the top, Anderson. Into an open goal goes Anderson, and it's there. Hawthorn by 17 points.
Well, it was an open forward line. The only fellow down there was Dunstall. He was in the square with his opponent. So Hawthorn could flip it over as they did there, and Anderson, who's been a real headache up there, has gone and kicked his 4th goal. But he had really no opposition.
Well, all the skill in the world sometimes stands for naught. Just hacked out of mid-air by a Hawthorn player, and it favoured 2 others. And maybe a dream ended on that mid-air fly. Flanagan regrouping, trying to marshal his efforts for one more charge. 21-16 to 19-11. Buckenara with the time showing. Pond on the quick kick. Only as far as Hughes.
He's got to go long.
That's the story. Hughes alongside the centre circle. Deep. Ablett with the run. Up he goes. Couldn't hang on. Hamilton again the opportunist. Hamilton from 45 metres. Pulls it back. They'll contest about 5 metres out. Off hands, an opportunity for McGuinness. He runs it out. He comes Member's side with the kick. A good one too, into the path of this man Whitman. He's got some time and space. He boots towards half forward, but bounces just inside the field of play and runs away from Morrissey for a throw-in.
It's a good kick by Whitman there.
What a great game that we've witnessed. 21 goals 16 to 19 goals 11, and all players looking a little weary. Perfect conditions at the MCG for the grand final, and the players really looking as though they've played a game of football this afternoon. Brereton pumps the ball over the boundary line. We'll have another boundary throw-in.
Madigan and Buckenara are loose for Hawthorn. They haven't got opponents. They'll have to man up.
On centre wing with just 7 minutes left. Hawks lead by 17 points. Brereton takes it out of the boundary throw-in. The bounce favours Dicky Domenico. He crashes his way through. He goes for goal with the left foot, and it bounces through for another behind. So that means the difference now is exactly 18 points. 3 straight kicks for Geelong, and they could tie it all up. But have we got enough time left? It's under 7 minutes now. The kick goes straight up the ground. Flanagan can't mark. It's punched away. The rebound comes back towards Darcy. Gary Hawking fumbles badly. Tuck intercepts. Hand pass goes to Madigan. Short kick marked by Stephen Hawking. Rebound football. Hamilton goes to Bairstow. The Cats are in open space on the outer wing. Bairstow up towards 50 metres. A little chip kick, and it finds Scott well within scoring distance.
But you can't blame Collins on that occasion. He was in 2 minds. Geelong were drawing him. And at least the fellows up the ground had presence to find Scott. Good play, Geelong.
Scott, 35 metres, runs right up to the man on the mark. Hooks the kick across the face of goal, and it just scrapes in for a behind. So now Hawthorn by 17 points with 6 minutes left.
What a classical grand final. The up-and-comers challenging the champs. And it's going right down what should be a pulsating finish. Geelong running on the better. There's no question about that. This is Couch, the centering kick. Malakillis in open space alongside the centre circle. 143 to 126. Malakillis unloads. Why not? Ablett's down there. Drops off the pace. Missed down there by Langford. Oh, great recovery too. Gets the hand pass away. Courage from all concerned. Runs colliding with Di Domenico. Down goes Collins. In goes Scott. Grabbed by Langford. And the umpire's blowing the whistle.
Gee, it's been a great last quarter. What about Bruns there taking on Di Domenico?
Terrific stuff.
Just over 5 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. And the clock is running. Flanagan has been superb. Down to Buse, gets the hand pass away. Stoneham in the grass, loses the ball. Collins falls on top of it. Di Domenico throws himself back in. And once more, the umpire calls for it.
Precious seconds being wasted by Hawthorn there. Their teamwork, their tackling, their discipline in the crunch situation just could be enough to hold them in good stead. Under 5 minutes left. The ball at half forward for the Cats. Flanagan attempts to get it out the back. Buckenara, a hand pass over the top, and it goes over the boundary line for a throw-in.
Hawthorn have got to defend around the boundary line. Defend around the boundary line as Buckenara did on that occasion.
There's good play by Buckenara. Flanagan and Deere, the two number 14s. Deere gets the tap out. Opportunity there for Bairstow, but Di Domenico giving it a big fist. It goes over for another boundary throw-in. So a tremendous effort by both sides, and we're close to the end of the game, and only 3 goals separates the two sides. Tuck, Bairstow over the top, Bruns, bounce favours Bruns. Bruns goes for goal. Brownless at the back, Ablett! This could be the record number of goals kicked in a grand final, at the moment held by Dermot Brereton. Gary Ablett has kicked 8, a chance to kick his 9th.
That mistake coming from his brother-in-law, Michael Tuck, on the outer flank, the back flank for Hawthorn.
Here goes Ablett for goal number 9, and he's threaded it.
Surf's up, and it's time to get back to the beach with all those surf soccer stars you know and love. Frankie Avalon, Annette Funicello, plus Don Get Smart Adams, Bob Gilligan Denver, Pee-wee Burt's the Word Herman, and the greatest collection of surf-mad loonies and layabouts ever in one picture at the one time. So pull on the Okanoes, grab the old plank, and get back to the beach. You'll be totally matched out. Wednesday, 8:30, only on 7.
What a game.
What tremendous stuff.
When they write the book on grand finals, this will rank with the best of them. We're back in the middle. 9 points the difference. There's the time remaining. The fast finishing Cats thwarted this time as Whitman boots it to the outer side. Condon leads in the foot race. Gary Hocking behind him. The tired Condon slipped over. Away comes Bruns. Bruns on the outer side. Kicks towards centre wing. They're fighting for their football survival now. Close to the boundary line. The Brownlow medalist crashes in. And it's out of bounds and will be thrown in. All Couch. 13 kicks, 10 hand passes. The two 14s. It fell forward. Whitman, the hurried kick. Inside the last 3 minutes now. Ball on centre wing. Geelong slip over. That time it was Bairstow. Morrissey the hand pass away. Pritchard the run. Goes down towards the pocket. Curran goes back and takes a very courageous mark.
The luck of the draw there where the kick came off the Hawthorn player's shin and Couch slipped over. Unbelievable.
So we're down to 2:35 now. Peter Curran deep in the left full forward pocket. He's kicked 3. Clock is running again. Whistle time on. Peter Curran. Can he seal it here? The kick falls short. Margin 132 to 144.
2 goals a difference. Darcy doesn't waste any time. Comes to the member side. Hughes gathers pretty well. And he runs away from Brereton. He's up towards half-back. No one really to kick to. It's right on this member's wing. Collins will take it over. And that'll waste some more precious seconds for the Hawks. They lead by 2 goals. 21 goals 18 to 20 goals 12. a fantastic game of football, the 1989 Grand Final, in perfect conditions here at the MCG. Couch finds some space, but he's well tackled. He gets the hand pass back. Hamilton somehow gets his foot to the ball, up towards half forward. Stoneham flips it out the back, but Collins is the first there for Hawthorn. He kicks it across his body, and fortunately for Hawthorn, Darren Pritchard is there, and he takes the mark on centre wing.
Well, Hawthorn slowing it down. That's what they've got to do.
A minute and a half left. Pritchard has the ball. His 23rd possession. And Pritchard doesn't waste any time and kicks it now up towards the 50-metre line. The Geelong defence punch it away. Hockey transfers play to the opposite side of the ground. Domenico can't mark. Linda a little late on the scene. Hamilton gathers. Kicks it to Scott. This could be another Geelong goal. There'll be only one kick in it if Scott can get the ball. He gathers well and kicks it to Cameron, who's marked 40 metres from goal. He'll have to kick it quickly because there's under a minute left. Cameron, move it. Panic stations.
Taking too long.
David Cameron has kicked one. David Cameron has kicked two. That'll stop the clock.
Well, what a magnificent load. What can we do in here? Geelong have got to just go straight down the centre now. They can't afford to waste time. Hawthorn, on the other hand, have just got to hold it up. It's a kick from Cameron, a real pressure one. I thought he might have taken a little long to get rid of that ball, but then again, he doesn't realise the situation.
He kicked 8 goals, Dennis, in the last term.
What a fantastic finish. The dying seconds. Geelong need a goal to tie. And there's going to be a ball up. Valuable time is just ticking away. We're down to 15 seconds now as play restarts. Geelong must get it immediately. One down by Flanagan, taken by Buse, upended by Domenico. They lock it up again. It looks like it's all over. The dream of back-to-back pennants is all but there as far as the Hawks are concerned. There's the siren. Hawthorn have won it by 6 points. A heart-stopper. Ladies and gentlemen, you've just seen a classic. Amazing scenes at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Alan Jeans has made history for the proud Hawthorn Football Club. The heads are bowed at Geelong, but what a magnificent performance by the Cats. They stood them up as start, perhaps one of the great teams of all time. Not perhaps, definitely. One of the great teams of all time. They stood them up as start at 40 points, and they reeled them in. Hawthorn, of course, would say Platten was down. Brereton was hurt in the opening minutes. And, of course, Ayres as well. Let's go down to Alan Jeans. He's talking with Michael Roberts.
What's it like to have back-to-back premierships now? Great, great. It's a tremendous feeling.
How can you get a word with a coach?
That's a tough interview to do, isn't it?
Very difficult because he's got to be very emotional. And so many people want to be there with him, the players, the training staff, the coaching staff. It's a pretty exciting time and a great effort by Hawthorn to hang on.
And the other thing you've got to consider is that they were the walking wounded at the end there.
Let's go down to Gary Buckenara now, talking with Bernie.
Gary, you're pretty emotional.
Oh, yeah. Something we've worked so long for, and all the hard work, you know, it's fantastic. I just feel so happy for Jeansy and Joyce and the boys, and oh, it's fantastic.
It was a fantastic finish, Gary. You held on. There's a few sore boys in the Hawthorn team.
Yeah, we really battled on. Tucky split the webbing right in his finger in the first few minutes of that quarter, so he was basically out of action. About 16 men we had in that last quarter, so it's pretty tough out there.
That first quarter, they hit you with everything, didn't they?
Yeah, they tried. They gave it their best shot. They played well.
And you won it for Jeansy?
We won it for Jeansy, Joycey, and all the boys who couldn't make it.
And it's good to get another one under the belt.
Oh, fantastic.
Well done, Gary.
Thanks.
Congratulations. Well done.
Thanks, Bernie. 8 premierships to Hawthorn then. Their first came in 1961. They've won the last 2. Gary Ablett. What a story that is. 9 goals this afternoon, 8 last week, 7 the week before. It's a good thing there's not a replay next week. He was set for 10. And Jeans.
I would suggest, Dennis, looking at Tony Peake, who's the promotions manager with the VFL, that Gary Ablett could be the recipient of the Norm Smith Medal.
Michael Roberts is talking with Dermot Brereton.
Back-to-back flags, Dermy, how does it feel?
It's a great feeling. we had to at the end there whether we were going to make it. They're a great side.
A lot of it out there today. How'd you come through?
Sorry and sore, but not too much now.
You lost lost Platt, and then you lost Ayres, so you couldn't fall over, too many of you. So it was a great character builder, wasn't it?
Yeah, character was probably one of the attributes which got us through in the end. Geelong, as I said, were a great side, and they emphasised that by coming back the way they did. And we had to carry on and just grind away at them and hoping the siren was going to go. The character does that.
A tremendous effort. Go and enjoy it with the lads. Thanks.
Thanks, Michael. From one champion to another, let's go across and speak now with Gary Ablett. Here's Bernie.
Yeah, I've got the superstar here, Gary Ablett. Well done, Gary. A record-breaking performance with the 9 goals, but it would have been better to get the win on the board.
Yeah, certainly would have, but Hawthorn are a good side, and we give it a good go, but unfortunately we didn't make it. So.
Only that first quarter that lost it for you?
Yeah, we let them get away with it. We come back, but they were too good for some of those. So.
Well, he showed great character today and fantastic performance. Tremendous, Gary.
Let's go down to Ross Oakley now.
Long champion, Billy Goggin.
This is for the Norm Smith medal. And this will be a tough decision. Gary Ablett has won it.
Oh, he was a tremendous player, Dennis. He was the man who was either going to win the game or keep Geelong in it. And with 9 goals, what a fantastic performance.
Not too many men have won that from a losing side.
I was just going to make mention of that, Dennis. It's a terrific effort.
Let's listen.
I'd just like to congratulate Hawthorn, and I'd like to thank the Geelong Football Club, and I'd just like to thank God for making it all possible. Thank you.
Gary Ablett becomes the second man from a losing side to win the Norm Smith medal.
Here we go. Premiership Cup.
Tippy Domenico was going off the ground. I don't know what happened there.
Mr. Football himself, E.J. Whitten.
Now we've got the presentation of the VFL Cup and the players' medallions. Ted Whitten up to make the presentations. What a day it's been.
Could we have the captain of the Hawthorn team, please? Tucky.
Tucky's still pretty involved in the emotion of it all.
He's busy.
What a great performance by him too, Dennis. 36 or 37 years of age, and still running around the ground like a 19-year-old. I guess the legs aren't the same, but his spirit is enormous.
What a team they are, Hawthorn.
And Alan Jeans, of course, who's come
Ladies
back
and gentlemen,
this year and taken over from Alan Joyce and coached them to another flag.
Michael Tuck and their coach Alan Jeans.
This team, no question, is the yardstick, the benchmark of the VFL. And they save at the moment.
Just getting back to Geelong again. Wasn't that a fantastic effort by Geelong after kicking, only 2 goals in the first quarter to Hawthorn's 8 goals 4. And at the finish, there's Malcolm Blight addressing the players, which is, I think, is indicative of Malcolm Blight. Fairly composed person and a lot of charisma. Terrific effort.
Everybody here got the money's worth. The jail story goes, there had to be a loser. I'm glad we won it today. So I'd just like to thank you very much from the Hawthorn Football Club.
That's terrific stuff to listen to Michael Tuck, and the memory goes back to when he came down from Berwick in 1970 as a skinny kid. He was so shy. Oh, gee, he's done a credit. It's a credit to himself the way he's played over these years.
And now the medallions.
Okay, if we can get the boys organised over there, Hawthorn. First of all, to receive his medallion, Chris Mew. Come on, Chris.
Ted Whitten making the presentations.
Hey, John, isn't it amazing how guys who have fought out 120 minutes of tough football, and they can still drink that champagne when you win, can't you?
Here he is, Chris Mew, ladies and gentlemen.
I think Malcolm Blight is making the point too. He's keeping Geelong out from the ground. And they're watching this.
Having been in that situation, Dennis, it really does hurt.
Number 4, Andrew Collins. Number 7, Gary Ayres.
Normally the captain makes these presentations or calls them up, but Tucky's gone missing.
he comes.
Would be very disappointed, Gary Ayres. He injured his thigh, had to sit out the last quarter, but his contribution early was just terrific.
Here's a guy who's played a pretty good year. Ben Anderson, kicking 4 goals in the grand final was a good effort.
Domenico has left the ground. He's not feeling too well, but still I think we should give him a big round of applause. And we'll certainly pass on his medallion.
Chris Whitman.
Number 10, Chris Whitman.
Looking very eager.
Let's hear it from number 11, Gary Buckenara.
What a great player he's been over the years.
A real opportunity. He's the icing on the cake, isn't he? You just cannot contain him. 4 goals today, 4 goals, 1.
14 kicks and 10 hand passes.
Number 14 coming up.
Always seems to be in the right place at the right time, Bucky.
What about this guy?
Well, this is the man that really did get them into the finals. He's just put in a sterling effort all year in the ruck, a lone hand. This man coming up now, probably, I believe, Hawthorn's best player today.
Probably a bit stiff too. Don Ablett kicking all those goals, perhaps swinging it, but Darren Pritchard was a tremendous effort all day.
Here he comes, Darren Pritchard.
Probably blotted his copybook. He didn't kick a goal, but he had 4 points registered.
And let's hear it from number 19, Jason Dunstall.
4 goals today, so he finishes the season on 138.
And what wouldn't show up were 2 brilliant tackles.
Number 20, coming back after injury, Scott McGuinness.
What about that collision with the behind post there in the last quarter?
And also he's played with a ruptured ankle, so it was a great effort.
Number 23, the kid, Dermot Brereton.
Man, they love to have.
Oh, what an identity though, Dermot Brereton.
And also showed a lot of character.
And stayed on the ground, Don, yes. Terrific, because that crunch must have really hurt him.
It did hurt. It really did hurt.
Chris Langford.
And he really did curb the brilliance of Ablett there for a while. It was a great battle between those two.
Number 25.
Yes, I don't think you'd like to be drawn out of the hat to play against Gary Ablett at any stage, would you? You'd have to be drawing the short straw.
Peter Curran also coming into this game. He had fluid on the knee. He was one of the injured players receiving treatment through the week.
Number 31, the youngster, only his 6th league game, Greg Madigan.
What a great fill that must be. And he looked good when he came on.
And he did well. He's played his football as a ruckman, but he picked up a half-back flank and did well.
Number 34, he's there again, John Kennedy.
And he was a very, very good player in the first quarter, John Kennedy. Got Hawthorn going. Very solid citizen.
Let's hear it for number 35, James Morrissey.
Well, they call him the freak. He did some freakish things today. School teacher at Doncaster High School.
Of course, he's here somewhere. I can't see him out in this crowd. Number 44, John Platten.
They missed him. Runner up on the ground, though. Looks to be okay, and that's good news.
And received his medallion, his premiership medallion for 1989, the Foster's Grand Final, the coach, Alan Jeans.
Back-to-back flags. Alan Joyce last season.
Fantastic, isn't it?
Alan Jeans this season. His 8th year at Hawthorn, of course, a premiership coach at St Kilda.
Well done, Alan.
A nonchalant wave of the hand.
17, Michael Tuck.
He looks 37.
Oh, he's terrific.
What a bloke, eh? What a guy. What a guy.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a thrilling grand final in the Fosters.
So that's it. The presentations have been made. Just repeating.
And now will you join
Gary
us all?
Ablett won the Norm Smith medal. He finished with 9 goals. Now, final scoreline in an epic grand final. The Hawks, 21-18, have defeated the Cats, 21-12.
Yes, the Hawks will certainly be whistling tonight. Back-to-back flags for a team of absolute champions. But full credit to Geelong, who came back so strongly and eventually just failed by 6 points. The boys begin their premiership lap of honour, carrying the injured John Platten. They'll be fit enough to celebrate in the days to come. We shall take a break, but we've got lots more yet, including interviews down in the rooms, the winners and the losers. I hope you can stay with us.
We are the mighty fighting Hawks.
You reckon some great sporting news stories come out of this place? Well, you're right. But these days, this is what's making news. Foster's Light. The flavour that made Foster's famous in a great light beer.
Low on alcohol. High on taste. Right, Swampy?
Right.
New Foster's Light. The best news for beer drinkers since Foster's.
A Holden. Since when have you been driving a Holden?
Since I made this one. You've been gone a while, son.
So, what's under the bonnet?
Big V6 with 4-speed auto.
You, a V6? I love it. What did I say?
It doesn't matter, son. Good to have you home.
Get into it. Get into it. Get onto it. Get into it. Be on the ball. Get behind your team and wear the official licensed VFL supporters gear. The complete range is now available at your game. Get into your team colours at the game shop and show your true colours. Look for the game shop marquee at your game and get right into it.
There are over 100 different specialist careers in the Army, and you could have one of them. Army, it'll bring out your best.
A mysterious old man touches the lives of everyone in Wandon Valley.
I came to see you. You are Lucy, aren't you?
But who is he?
That bloke looks like an old fellow who used to hang around town here years ago.
Where did he come from?
Esme Watson says she remembers Clem being around when she was a teenager.
Before he leaves, he will change their lives.
This is your task, to replenish the earth.
And create a friendship to remember on A Country Practice, 7:30 Monday on 7. On Australia's Most Wanted, the story of a group of men and their vicious bull terriers who attacked two innocent jet skiers at an isolated beach. Our dramatic reenactment will help bring these people to justice. You could have some of the incredibly valuable coins that were stolen from a rare collection. We'll identify them and give the details of the reward for their return. Maybe you have the vital clue that the police are looking for. Watch Australia's Most Wanted, Sunday.
The final scoreline in the 89 VFL Grand Final. Hawthorn 21-18, 144, eclipsing a fast-finishing Geelong in a magnificent thriller, 21-12, 138. And I think you would have to go a long, long way to see a better grand final than that. Although I must confess to Ross Glendinning and Peter McKenna, when they were 40 points down, we looked at each other with frowns and said, hang on, have we got a one-sided affair? What a game.
Oh, it was a magnificent game, Sandy, and it looked like the Hawthorn of old, the way they punched Geelong early, and it honestly looked at half-time how far Hawthorn, but to Geelong's credit, Ross, they came back hard. Ablett was sensational as usual and made a big difference when Flanagan and Bew started taking over at the centre bounces.
And even Hamilton, Sandy, when he came on, gave them some spark, and the last quarter of 8 goals, 5, and that was just magnificent. It's given them great character, and I think the crowd, the standing ovation they gave them as they went off, terrific. I mean, just acknowledge what a great game it was.
And I think the main statistics tell the story of the game, just how even it was. Hawthorn superior in the kicking department. Geelong, plenty of use of handball. Marks, 59 to Hawthorn, 57 to Geelong. Free kicks went the way of Hawthorn, 26-21. Tackles, Hawthorn 38, Geelong 24. And the hit-outs going the way of the Cats. Coming up after this break, we have the winners of Holden's greatest 25.
Yeah, the house across the road. 150,000 it went for.
What? That dumb? How much?
150?
What's that make us worth?
Enough to start looking for a bigger place.
Why? We've got all the room we need here.
And a very nice room it is too, Graham.
If you have already proved yourself with your first home loan, talk to State Bank about your second.
I couldn't stand it again. Appointments with the bank manager, applications in triplicate. They just don't like parting with their money.
But you're not the only ones.
At State Bank, we won't send you to the end of the queue. Anyone who's already done what you have done deserves better.
Okay. First we'll find a house, then we'll talk to the bank.
State Bank Victoria. We never forget. It's your money.
Where do millions of jets, helicopters, planes, trains and trucks go when they're low on fuel? The same place you do. BP. BP, on the move.
If you're in business, you want advertising that works. Melbourne Big Survey phones are monitoring results in businesses like Custom Tone Kitchens, whose results were immediate. Over 100 calls in 76 days. Paul Agnew placed ads in 2 classifications and says they've performed well beyond expectations. Over 30 calls a week. Is it any wonder Mike Scott calls the Melbourne Big the blue chip directory? Make sure that Melbourne Big is working for your business. Phone right now on 6464 666.
If everything that could happen to your car happened at once, you'd understand why you need the complete car care system from Kitten, the car care specialist.
Take the pressure down, grand final night. At 6:30, the world around us returns with a premiere special, John Farnham's Touch of Paradise. At 7:30, Graham Kennedy, Olivia Newton-John and Peter Allen star in the world's funniest commercial goofs. Then at 8:30, the NBL semi-final playoffs, the Perth Wildcats versus North Melbourne Giants. A grand final night of entertainment, tonight on 7.
Welcome back. Well, I'm sure many of you are aware of the fabulous competition Holden and 7 have been running this season. Holden's greatest 25 since 1965, and now it is your turn to find out who the winners are going to be. Who are those 3 lucky people who on Sports World on Sunday, October the 8th, are going to have the chance to draw one fantastic Holden vehicle. Here is the first winner coming out now. Incidentally, 13,000 entries, and there were no correct ones. So the nearest correct ones we have placed in the barrel. Our first winner is Thomas Crane of Mount Waverley. Thomas Crane of Mount Waverley. I'll give them a bit of a throw around and dig in for the next one. Thomas Crane will be one happy person. So to Mrs. L. Fuller of Heathmont. Mrs. L. Fuller of Heathmont. And the third winner in Holden's greatest 25 since 1965 is Mrs. Jean Warner of North Balwyn. So, just repeating our winners, Thomas Crane of Mount Waverley, Mrs. L. Fuller of Heathmont, and Mrs. Jean Warner of North Balwyn. We'll see you on Sports World on Sunday, October the 8th. And now let's have a look at some of the up-and-coming events on the Australian television network. This summer, 7 Sport takes to the fairways for the Australian golf circuit. The action begins on November the 16th with the New South Wales Open, followed by the Australia versus UK golf test, the Australian and Queensland Opens. And to take us into the 90s, it's the Super Skins and the Australian Masters from Huntingdale. And 7 Summer of Tennis hots up on December the 26th with the Hopman Cup, culminating with the Ford Australian Open, live and exclusive to the Australian television network. Well, there certainly is a feast of sport coming up on the Australian Television Network. Plenty of happy scenes down there in the Hawthorn rooms. And one of the features on the sporting calendar is, of course, the big day at the Mountain, and it's coming your way tomorrow. We've got that report still to come.
Good evening from Peter Mitchell, and in the news at 6, 50 soldiers flown from Sydney to help control up to 400 peace protesters at the Narungga military base in South Australia. Also, Zsa Zsa Gabor found guilty of assaulting a policeman. Details after the grand final coverage.
They're the ones to watch. Glenn Taylor and Jennifer Kite bring you 7 nightly news. Now 6 o'clock weeknights on 7.
When it comes to road holding, in any conditions, wet or dry, nothing equals new Dunlop Monza. And when we say road holding, we mean road holding. Stick with Dunlop, the world's best road holding tyres.
I don't smoke. It's the only way to stay ahead of the game.
Quitters are winners. Quitters are ahead. Because when you quit, you're ready and fit to let your body do its best. Let your body do its best.
It's been quite a night. We've had some fun. We must have danced with everyone. And now it's looking like that time of day.
The footy's over, they've all gone, you didn't even see who won, and now it's looking like that time of day.
It's looking like that time of day, that 4 and 20 time of day. It's looking like that 4 and 20 time of day. Okay! It's looking like that 4 and 20 time of day.
Early one Thursday morning, Virgil Eastman discovered his bookkeeper had taken early retirement. Virgil let his fingers do some walking, and with the help of yellow pages, Virgil found a new bookkeeper within hours.
But just the person you need.
Since that day,
Good morning.
Virgil's business has taken on a whole new style. There are 3 million stories in the yellow pages. This has been one of them.
The grand final of Commercial Goofs, starring Olivia Newton-John, Graham Kennedy and Peter Allen. 7:30 tonight, the world's greatest commercial goofs on 7.
Well, there's a man who knows what winning is all about. The very jovial Merv Hughes, Australia's champion fast bowler, and of course the Australian cricket team joining us here at the MCG today. And Hawthorn knows what it's like to win today too. Jason Dunstall finished with 4 goals. That took his season's tally to 138 and certainly did cap off a memorable year. Here he is talking with Michael Roberts.
Thanks, Sandy. And Jason, your 4th flag in a decade. Great success. It must be a fantastic feeling.
It is, Michael. You know, we've achieved everything we set out to at the beginning of the year, and for it all to come together today is just terrific.
A perfect day, big crowd, the ground. What was it like out there?
As you say, it was perfect conditions. I mean, we couldn't complain. There was a slight breeze to keep it cool. The crowd atmosphere was tremendous. It was just a perfect day for football.
Now, Hawthorn started to tire a little bit. How important was that week's rest coming into this game?
I think it's very important. You know, you've got a few guys with niggly injuries. They get over that. But we set off at such a cracking pace. I guess we had to tire eventually, but fortunately we hang on.
A tremendous effort by Hawthorn. Back-to-back premierships. Club history. Fantastic. Thanks, Jason Dunstall.
Thanks very much.
Yes, a great performance by the Hawks. Jason held well today, but still finished the day with 4 goals, picking up 8 marks and 10 kicks. I mentioned it's a big day at the Mountain tomorrow at Bathurst. Let's take this report now from Gary Wilkinson.
Thank you, Sandy. Well, we had an action-packed day here too at Mount Panorama as they sorted themselves out in the top 10 qualifying for tomorrow's Tui's 1000. And Mike Raymond, Peter Brock didn't have much luck in the football this year with Collingwood, but he certainly came out on top today.
What a sensational drive from Brock today. A lot of people here were saying that Dick Johnson was a lay-down misere for pole position. He was fastest yesterday. Everyone claimed that Clowes Needsvits would also take Alan Moffat's car to pole position. But Brocky came good when it really counted.
Quickest man to the top of the mountain and flying down Conrod Straight towards Caltech's chase.
Andy Rouse will be enjoying watching this. Very quick through the kink. Peter's an aggressive breaker. He really stomps on the car. And he would love to have pole position in the $15,000 that goes with it.
Watch the clock. Will this snatch the prize for Peter Brock in the 05 Mobil 1 Commodore? He turns it round the corner, lines it up with the checkered flag. The clock's about to stop.
Oh, a 2:15.8. A stunning time from Brock.
Well, Peter Brock holds just about all the records here at Mount Panorama and shooting for another one tomorrow for a possible 10th victory.
Well, he holds all the important ones, doesn't he? That was a blistering lap, and I guess a very dejected Dick Johnson at this stage tonight, wondering what he's got to do tomorrow to beat Brocky. Because Brocky's the sentimental favourite. Everyone expects Johnson to win every time they go out. And I still think Clowes Needsvits and Alan Moffat's car and also Tony Longhurst bear watching in the early stages of the race tomorrow.
Well, let's check that grid again with Peter Brock on pole position for a record 6th time.
Starting out of position number 2 will be Dick Johnson in the Shell Sierra with a 2:16.79. From position number 3, Tony Longhurst of Queensland in the Benson and Hedges Sierra, 2:16.98. Then from 4, 10, Clowes Needsvits in the ANZ Sierra. From 5, 1:05, Brad Jones in the second of the Brock cars. From 6, car number 6, Andrew Madecki from Port Macquarie. From 7, the first of the Nissans, car number 2, Jim Richards. From 8:30, Glenn Seaton in the Peter Jackson Sierra. From 9, Alan Jones, our ex-Formula 1 champion. And rounding out the 10, and hopefully he will start tomorrow, Andrew Bagnall. He didn't finish today, though, in the top 10.
Our telecast tomorrow, don't forget, 31 cameras, 8 race cams, starts at 8 o'clock in the morning. But if you want to see all the highlights of the Tui's top 10, you can see it after the movie at 10:40 tonight. Now back to the MCG.
Thank you, Gary. Yes, it certainly is going to be a big day of sport once again tomorrow on the Australian Television Network. We're going to take a break, but we're going to leave you with something that has become synonymous with the grand finals here in Melbourne, and that is the WEG poster. It belongs to the Hawks. It's available at the Herald, and all proceeds go to a very worthy cause, the Royal Children's Hospital. After the break, we'll be back in the Geelong rooms.
Mountains upon mountains of discarded tyres.
They're virtually indestructible.
But now they could become a national resource.
Up to 5 litres of oil can be retrieved from each tyre.
The great inventors, they've all come from Scotland. From the same humble beginnings comes the invention that defies gravity.
You now have the tool with which man can reach to the stars.
A lifeless desert is blossoming with a crop that could revolutionize agriculture.
These are the fields of the future.
A desert becomes a farm on Beyond 2000, presented by AMP Tuesday.
Get up and grab 'em, fighter Brits. Up and at 'em, mighty Brits. Let me at 'em, fighter Brits. Up and at 'em, mighty Brits. Get up and grab 'em. What keeps 'em going? I'll give you one guess. V-I-T-A-B-R-I-T-S. Up and at 'em, up and at 'em. Let me at 'em, let me at 'em. Up and at 'em, up and at 'em. Get up and grab 'em. Fighter Brits, fighter Brits. Up and at 'em.
I got my mind set on you. I got my mind set on you. And this time I know it's real. The feeling that I feel. I know if I put my mind to it, I know that I really can do it. I got my mind set on you.
When you go to the fridge and all you've got is steak, make it a meal with a mushroom hot pot. You'll have the whole family smiling. Continental Hot Pot makes any meat a meal.
Well, the one and only Smarty's loved by everyone. We were born to party, cause we're a pack of fun. Milk chocolate is what we drink, comes right, we taste yum yum. And Tommy's are our favorite place, cause we're a pack of fun. Smarty's are a pack of fun. Look how Tommy's, here we come. Pack of fun. Smarty's are a pack of fun.
Geelong were beaten, but by no means disgraced. Now let's go down to their rooms as Bernie Quinlan is speaking with skipper Damien Burke.
Yes, thanks, Sandy. Damien, well, really it was a fantastic performance to come back from so far down after that first quarter.
Yeah, we really, I suppose we lost it in the first quarter. We were trying to play catch-up footy from there on. Very disappointing to come so close. By the same token, it is an effort that I'm really proud of all the guys.
Yes, they certainly would have won the respect of the football world today.
Yeah, I know. You know, it really hurts at the moment, but I think later on, look, I am really proud of every player. Malcolm's done a great job, and actually the whole club, from our board of directors right down to the boot studders, have really pushed for the one cause this year, and it nearly paid off.
Well, Malcolm's been fantastic this year. Has he been the person to change it around at Geelong? Because you've always had the ability there, and yet it's never come through until this year.
Yeah, Malcolm's certainly the man. It's also a combination of factors. You know, everybody in the club is the best feeling we've ever had since I've been there. All pushing in the one direction, and just the amount of work that's been done behind the scenes, as well as training. Like I said, the board of directors, our administration staff, all our trainers, everybody's put in a really lot of work this year.
Yeah, well, bad luck. It was a magnificent performance by Geelong, and I'm sure they, as I said, they've won the respect of the football world, and well, I'm sure we'll see you back here next year.
Oh, we've learned a lot, Bernie.
Yeah, good on you. Thanks, Damien, for that.
Yes, they have certainly lost no respect. Well, during the year we've seen some great marks taken. There was a beauty today too by Mark Yates, and what we've done is put the best together. There are some 11 great marks. Let's have a look now at the contenders for Holden's Mark of the Year.
The winner of the 1989 Holden Jackaroo Mark of the Year will win a Holden Jackaroo, which gives you all the room, comfort and performance of an ordinary wagon, but with the added benefit of four-wheel drive. The contenders: Tony Lockett, Nicky Winmar, Mark Bays, Jason Dunstall, David Honeybun, Stephen Stretch, David Murphy, Bruce Lindner, Alistair Lynch, Gary Ablett. And from today's game,
still off the ground, as Dennis said, Tim Darcy kicks it in towards half-back. Great mark to Yates. I think you will agree there has been some great aerial work, some fantastic marking throughout the season. But of course there can only be one winner in Holden's Mark of the Year, and the judges have had a close look at all and come up with this one from Alistair Lynch. The Fitzroy youngster coming right over the top of the pack, wearing the number 11 Guernsey and taking a sensational mark, winning Holden's Mark of the Year. Alistair Lynch, congratulations to you, and well done to all the players who made it into the final in the top 11. Well, our magnificent day here at the MCG is drawing to a close, and if somehow you've missed the result, let's just recap on the day. It has been an unforgettable one. In the senior game, victory went to Hawthorn, back-to-back flags. They kicked 21-18, 144. Geelong kicked 21-12, 138, and of those 21 goals, Gary Ablett contributed 9, and as a consequence was awarded the Norm Smith Medal. The reserves match was also a thriller. Again, Geelong just failed. Fitzroy coming home hard with a 6-goal final term. Fitzroy finished 17 goals 12, 114. Geelong 16-16, 112. The margin there, just 2 points. And the under-19s has been a thrilling competition right through, and it is still going. This game was marvellous. 1 point eventually separated Richmond and Geelong in the preliminary final replay. Victory went to Richmond with a 7-goal last quarter, 21-22, 148. Geelong 22-15, 147. That completes our day here at the MCG. Wherever you've been watching, I hope you've enjoyed the 1989 Grand Final.
You're simply the best. Better than all the rest.
This has been a 7 Sport presentation for the Australian Television Network. The 1989 VFL Premiership season is proudly brought to you by the new Holden Apollo. Gillette, the best a man can get. CUB, one of the world's great brewers. BP, on the move. And State Bank, we never forget it's your money.
Sunday night, encounter a death-defying ride on a glacier sled, terrifying flash floods, murderous mutineers, and mighty volcanoes.
They'll never believe it.
Jules Verne's classic In Search of the Castaways, Sunday on 7.
The unleaded engine sent motor oils back to the drawing board. In time, a high phosphorus content could destroy that catalytic converter. So Esso engineered Protector Unleaded, a new low phosphorus oil specifically for unleaded engines. Precision engineered for precision performance. New Esso Protector Unleaded.
Australia, are you ready for this? Chicken, burger, ham and Swiss, barbecue chicken, yummy Swiss cheese, smoked Danish ham in a burger, red rooster, yes please.
Yes, please.
You've never ever seen bigger than this. Chicken, burger, ham and Swiss.
Now get a free Nestle's Milk Chocolate bar with every burger. For nothing? Absolutely.
Chicken, burger, ham and Swiss.
A new deodorant for women. Glides on like silk. Silky smooth. A new dry solid. Cool Charm. Glides on dry, so you stay dry. Cool Charm. In fresh musk. Spring fresh. Low scent. New Cool Charm dry solid. What else would you find under arms?
I can make your home secure.
Wow!
But how would you find me?
I can print these for you, but how would you find me?
I could teach you this, but how would you find me?
If you got the business, I got the sign. But how would you find me?
It's easy. Open up the yellow pages. We're waiting for your call. This book's got it all. Just say hello, yellow pages every time.
Next on Hinch.
Sex before sport. Does it help or hinder our top athletes?
No, I really can't sort of say it helps or it doesn't help because I've never tried it before a game.
I've always believed, probably superstitiously, that the day of the game it's bad luck.
I miss out a lot of the time.
Top performers on and off the field. Next on Hinch.
Channel 7 congratulates Alan Jeans and his Mighty Hawks. 1989 VFL Premiers. 7 Nightly News with Peter Mitchell and Simone Simmons.
A dramatic Geelong fightback fails to stop back-to-back premierships for Hawthorn.
And the army rushed in after protesters invade the Narunga spy base.
Good evening. Hawthorn's victory dominates tonight's news.
But also the record cocaine haul, Jar Jar guilty, and the East German exodus continues.
Hawthorn today made history by becoming the first team in the brown and gold to win back-to-back flags when they beat Geelong by 1 goal in a classic grand final at the MCG. The Hawks had to withstand a withering 8-goal final term from the Cats and a rampaging Gary Ablett to achieve the feat. Peter Landy is at the MCG, and Pete, are you still shaking?
I think the nails are bitten down to the quick, Pete. It was certainly one of the best grand finals of all time, with the Cats just failing to snatch victory in a last-man-standing affair. Brilliant Cat Gary Ablett booted 9 goals to win the Norm Smith medal, but Hawthorn, with Platten and Ayres off the ground injured for much of the game, managed to hold on to record a sensational victory. Dunstall and Anderson each kicked 4 goals for the winners.
After losing the 2 early games by 1 point and 2 points, things finally went right for Geelong when Burke called right on Alan Border's coin toss. And within 15 seconds, Gary Ablett took the first mark, which produced the first goal. At the same time, Yates was collecting Brereton as the Cats flexed their muscles, and the Hawk star was moved to the forward pocket. The Hawks kicked the next 5 goals, firstly through Dunstall.
There, it's a clean mark for Dunstall.
Then Brereton, hurt but courageous.
Brereton, the test here. He's taken the mark.
The other superstar, Ablett, was dealt with by Ayres. Dean Anderson contributed to Hawthorn's 8-goal first quarter.
He goes for goal and pops it through.
But this mark by Brownness showed the Cats weren't done, despite a 40-point deficit. Aggression was still the key, and Platten was groggy as he left early in the second quarter. The Cats fought back, Ablett living up to all expectations.
Oh, what a mark!
He had 4 goals to half-time, and Geelong reduced the margin to 4 goals. But Hawthorn steadied, and with relentless running, Pritchard set up Dunstall's second, and the Hawks led at the long break by 37 points.
Sneaks it through for a goal.
Again, Geelong started well with their spectacular brand of football.
Great mark to Yates.
And again, they fought back, but couldn't get closer than 4 goals. When the pressure was on, the Hawks were able to find something extra. And they lost dual Norm Smith medalist Gary Ayres with a thigh injury. 19-year-old Greg Madigan got his chance and started a rush which gave Hawthorn a 6-goal break at the last change.
To Anderson. Anderson 35 metres out and closing.
Captain Tuck was added to the injured list, Hawthorn below the full complement. This time, the Geelong comeback was sustained. Ablett on his way to 9 goals and the Norm Smith medal. Hawthorn found reserves of energy, and the thriller was up for grabs. Not even Batwoman could divert attention. And when Gary Cameron marked and goaled deep into time on, the Cats were within a kick. But time ran out for them, and Hawthorn had won their all-time aim of back-to-back flags. The spoils to the winners, but football a big winner as we depart the 80s.
Yes, I'm sure you'll agree, a truly fantastic match as we go down to Michael Roberts in the jubilant Hawthorn dressing rooms.
Good man here. Well, I've got Peter Curran down here, and I've got Sam Crimmins. It's a fantastic feeling down here. Peter, you've created club history by winning back-to-back flags. How does it feel?
It feels fantastic, Michael. I mean, you know, we had a very formidable opponent that didn't let up on us today, and we were lucky, I suppose, in the analysis to be able to come out on top. But that's back-to-back premierships now. It's in the history books, and we're very, very proud of it. And I nearly hugged Greeny's head off after the game. You know, it was something we set out to do, and we finally achieved it, and I just feel very happy.
It was a tremendous grand final, a classic. What was it like out there?
It was very hard. It was very fast. I thought, Ablett played magnificently, but by the same token, I thought Langer's last quarter was pretty good, considering the number of opportunities that he got was, fantastic. And of course, Lindner played very well, but I guess we just fought it out to the end, and we got there.
Well, it's tremendous, as I said, down here in the Hawthorn room. So well done, Peter. And back to you, Peter Landy.
9th last year, so near, yet so far for Malcolm Blight in 1989. As we go to the Cats dressing room now, Malcolm Blight with Bernie Quinlan.
Thanks, Malcolm, for talking to us. Although the boys lost, you would have been tremendously proud of the way they played.
Yeah, I suppose in a 6-point game of footy, anything could have happened, and we got off to a bad start and had some chances throughout the game, I suppose, to get back into it.
Very physical in that first quarter. Was that your instructions, you being a very fair player, Brownlow winner? Did you instruct the players to really go out and have a go at the Hawthorn players?
Oh, no, I think that was good for the game. He does that, but, I mean, you have to be physical early just to test the whole